Hello, and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. I am Doug, your Dungeon Master. We are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, where we last left off, the party had joined the rebellion in Lyrandil and were sent on a mission to figure out why the rebellion's weapon supplies had mysteriously stopped and all communications with the supplier had stopped. So they were sent to the desert country of Rakka, where they were seeking out the weapons dealer, a tiefling named Hethra, who is headquartered in the city of Tirotha, which is like a huge tiefling refuge city, almost its own city-state within Rakka, and Asura's hometown. And so, as they are they sent back, they fought their way out of Lyrandil, down the coast, out into the sea, sunk their ship, made a deal with a mysterious entity, and got plopped right in the middle of the desert and lost. And after some encounters in the desert and fighting their way through those, they ended up encountering a strange caravan. A caravan consisting not of camels or the normal methods of travel in the desert. This was actually a gargantuan scorpion with a tent on its back, being apparently driven by someone in the front, and surrounded by a number of guards riding what looked to be giant lizards, but a little more dragon-like in form. And so the party, attempting to kind of split and remain hidden, and do some fooling, didn't seem to have a complete degree of success as they talked with the guards surrounding, and then somebody hopped out of the tent and had a conversation with the party, which I'll describe again in a second, but did not seem to be completely fooled by their story either. And so, after most of the party was discovered, with the exception of Sarek, who is still remaining invisible, after the party has confirmed everyone visible is the people in their party, so anybody else can, the guard confirmed anybody else can be treated as hostile.
Yep.
That is where we will pick things up.
Yeah.
And it's been 5 seconds for Bear, but it's been a week for Jeb. What's our story? What did we tell them?
I'm trying to remember the way the conversation went. We went that we were part of the same caravan, but we were going to attack them.
No, we did not say that. We were. That was our B plan, but you told them something different. Y'all remember what he said?
I wasn't here.
All I remember is that we were all part of the same caravan. We got mugged we got attacked, but then our person who was our lead person basically mugged us and bailed. After we got attacked, you mentioned that there's a campsite in the back with the 2 dead bodies and
That's
everything.
right.
So you straight up said that was we got attacked, and
You
then
also said you were looking for
mugged.
unique weapons or something?
Yeah, you did
You
tell them
said
you were looking
that.
for unique weapons.
Did he say that?
Because I watched
You
it
did.
earlier
Okay.
today.
You straight up said that you were looking for weaponry, and I was like,
Okay. So our cover story is we're in their caravan, and we're with
We don't
them.
know that.
And we were traveling to go find unique weapons. That was our.
I can't
So
with
why are we
y'all.
hiding? Did we tell them
What is wrong with
while me and you were
because we're
hiding?
dumb.
The best decisions have been made.
Yes.
Whatever.
We didn't. I was gonna tell them that we were hiding because we don't trust anybody, and
Okay.
but I
Oh,
don't
we
know.
haven't
I don't know
got
if we
that
got
part
to
yet?
that part
Okay.
yet.
And our story is that because I'm currently dressed I'm currently an older human in my 50s, like the tiara diadem thing turned on, so I look like an older human in my 50s. You are my daughter. Easy is my son-in-law, your husband, and we were specifically going to Tirotha as a vacation / curiosity thing because I wanted to go visit there. That's pretty much the gist of it. And we're from Karandia.
So, how long has it been since I turned invisible?
Okay.
'Cause this is important.
Yeah, probably only about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're
We're gonna
probably
need
you
it.
still got about 45 minutes or so on it.
Yeah.
And the reason we didn't just like let them pass
more
and then say
times.
anything is because we had no idea where we were. We were going to ask directions, but then it got
We
way out
could
of
have
hand.
just asked for directions.
Sure, we could have. We could have, but they were already on guard like before they even walked up. And then they asked what we were doing, and suddenly I had to come up with a game plan.
The plan.
We can talk calmly and rationally with Naga,
Right.
but not these people.
Yes. To be fair, we just
be
got
fair.
attacked with by like this demon-esque thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we're good.
yeah, we tried to talk to him.
There was,
I love this.
the Easy was the plan was if things went sideways, Easy was going to turn into a dragon and fly you guys out of there.
It's true.
That was the plan.
There was like 30 other options that we're just gonna kind of be randomly assigned at the moment.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
so
we're
they-
chilling.
Are we still standing there at the edge of the ravine, or are
Yeah,
they?
so you guys have just been beckoned up, coming out of the ravine, as he has just finished saying, because you had said you were headed to Tirotha, and he had just finished saying, like, well, you're in luck. We are headed the same way. You shall ride with us.
I nodded my head and held my hip and grabbed a hold of my child, because my hip is sore because I'm an older woman now. Joints aren't quite as vibrant as they used to be. Also, I talk like somebody who's trying to do an American accent. I would like to point that out because the whole shape of my face is different right now. So like my natural speaking voice is drastically altered.
Yeah, it's very
Where are we from?
We're from Grandia.
it's very early Benedict Cumberbatch, Doctor Strange.
Yes, it really is. It's pitched low and it's very like enunciated in a weird way.
So, you wish us to travel with you?
Yes, of course. It is. If you are not from the desert, it is better to travel in numbers, typically in caravans. We can offer protection for each other.
How much would this cost?
Yeah, nothing for now. Let's say I'm intrigued. Don't see many of your kind around here.
That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we do need to know. I don't want to agree to an open-ended payment.
All right. Well, what would you like to pay?
What do y'all think?
You can't talk to me. We're a family. Also, I would like to point out that the lie is we got mugged.
That's right.
Would just like to emphasize out the gate. The lie is we got mugged by the caravan driver.
Great start. Great
Yeah.
start.
Well, I don't have much money left, but I could probably do 1 gold for each of us. Don't know how far that goes in this country.
Well, not too far, I think.
Well, we wouldn't need rides, and we would find our own preserves, but it would mainly just be for us walking alongside.
Oh, there's no need to walk. You may ride.
Well, I can't afford more than 1 gold for that ride, sir.
Well, as I said, I am most curious. Perhaps, information. Stories as a price, and, perhaps if needed, which I do not think will be needed if, you need prove yourselves with a sword that you carry, then perhaps we work together.
Oh, for the record, my holy symbol is not visible.
Well, I mean, that's fine with me. That's fine with you.
I'm still.
Just say yes.
I just want to verify. I'm still the husband to
I know I'm already. Oh yeah, no, that's right.
You're still my son-in-law.
Okay, me and you.
Yeah, you're still my son-in-law.
Yeah.
Got it?
I was wondering why you were, but
Yeah, that works. For a moment, I thought it was you.
it's good.
I'm okay with that. If you are.
Just stories, just information.
I mean, there's a lot going on in Karandia.
Yeah, we could talk. We've seen some things on our travels.
I mean,
Excellent. This is wisdom.
I also don't need a ride on the giant scorpion. I got a White Claw here, but thank you very much.
I think you will want to, my friend.
Why is that?
Well, wait until you see.
Why is that? What's happening?
I just immediately, to give no illusion that I have fear of them, other than like healthy concern for strangers, I just grab Zenoa and I just say, Xenia, sweetie, could you help me up? And pull up, and then I look back at Easy. Ethanol, sweetie, please be good to my daughter and help her up.
mother knows best, yes. Mother-in-law knows best, yes. As long as you agree, darling.
I will help you out.
Yep. I just kind of, and then I reach out for their hand for like assistance in getting up to where I'm supposed to be, and I don't make it like extra, but I just make it obvious that like I'm going to need assistance. So that
Come,
there's
come. I will help you.
Thank
and
you.
He like, puts his arm around you and just kind of lets you lean on him as he walks and starts just walking back towards the scorpion.
Unlike you, who's not showing fear or whatever, Zenoa's kind of trying to act like she's a little scared when he mentions that. So she's like, are we in any danger?
No, as long as you're with me, you're okay.
I mean, it feels like it might be a wasted roll, but I kind of want to check this guy. He's giving off very like creepy vibes.
Insight, man. Insight.
Can I like?
I'm waiting for the right time to do it.
Where you at?
That's specifically why we put you and me together, is because I was gonna guess.
You didn't already use it, did you?
What?
Read those?
No.
15.
Okay. As far as you can tell, he does seem very curious.
Okay.
He does seem like gold is not terribly interesting to him.
Okay.
You know, when you talk about the price and things like that. And you just get this air of cockiness but it seems a little firmer than just like a young person who's cocky for no reason. Like he just,
Like
it's like a confidence,
Yeah.
but it's not just confidence. Like it's cockiness. Like there's,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
A little bit of arrogance in there. Like he just firmly believes that like nothing could touch him or nothing could touch anybody. You know.
But I'm not getting strong vibe that he's gonna stab us in our sleep.
Not as far as you can tell.
Okay. I will look at Stoic, and I will say, we can ride for stories.
Okay. May I ask our savior's name?
Yes, I'm Desh.
Dish.
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you.
It's an awful big house you have.
Do you like her?
I do. You must be a man of means.
You could say so. She is known as a Grand Scorpion. You can only find them one place, raised by a tribe called the Asharsi in the northeastern region of Rakka. It's a remote, rocky region, and the tribe's very existence is dedicated to raising these creatures. And they train them from birth to know only one rider. This creature can carry many times over its own weight. And as you walk forward, it's like the size of it just kind of hits you, like as you get closer to it and everything. The back is probably, good, 12, 15 feet up. And It is just an immense creature. As he continues talking as you approach, and he's just, because of their carrying capacity, there was once a merchant who desired many of these creatures, for carrying ore and other such heavy things, to make much more money. And the Tsar, at the time, who was a complete fool, allowed this. And the merchant did indeed make himself wealthy, but eventually realized the power he had, and with only a handful of these creatures, overthrew the dynasty and made himself Tsar. Which he wisely, promptly outlawed the ownership of such a creature for anyone but the royal family. A law that has sort of been carried out to this day, but you can still acquire one if you are a man of means.
So, where does that place you in the story? Are you a merchant, or are you a member of the royal family?
I am a man who likes opportunities. A seeker of opportunities.
And you are traveling to Toronto. Is that correct?
Indeed.
May I ask your business in the city?
Opportunities.
What kind
The
of
truth is, I don't know yet. I go there to explore. For as treacherous and dangerous a place as it is, there is an opportunity there hidden within the depths.
I
Its
cast
shadows.
read thoughts when he asks why he's going there.
Sure.
Good, because he's dodgy as shit.
Dodgy as shit.
Well, what
What if his thoughts are dodgy?
17?
What?
What if
That's
his
a fail.
his thoughts are dodgy?
That's a fail.
Ooh.
Never mind, he can't dodge.
You can
So as he says
dodge a
that,
thought, you can dodge a ball.
as he says that, you don't get the impression that he's lying per se, but that it just seems bigger than what he's saying. Like there just seems to be something else that he has in mind as far as like learning Tiratha for some reason that he thinks is important. And wants to explore if it's as... You just gotta get this very brief sense of like curiosity as to whether it's as bad as it says, if it as a city can be redeemed, if it's... A lot of weird questions for a merchant. You know,
Suggestion.
but really is just curious, and there's... He's never been there before and wants to... You what?
Interesting.
Never mind.
Okay.
It's like, whoop.
So, as you approach, you see one of the guards on these lizard-like creatures, which as he continues to talk, he talks about the Grand Scorpion and says, it is also capable of normal pace, almost as fast as a galloping horse. It's a very good speed on land. In fact, if we had not had these sandrakes, we would not be able to keep up with it. At least the guards would not. Camels and horses and things, no hope. At least for a long time. Which now you know are called sandrakes.
All right.
And you see one of them has kind of pulled over in front of you as you guys walk up and approach, and he pulls like a little rope. And you see kind of unfolding from from the entrance to the tent, like just kind of in two pieces, unfolding stairs that lead up to it, and he helps you kind of navigate the stairs a
While
little bit.
basically every time I ask for help from anybody who's willing to give it, I'm basically wanting to assess how firm and strong they are. So like I'm literally like using my weight to see how sturdy they are as people.
Sure.
And I'm also getting a quick glance of anything that's on their person. So
Okay.
like knives, swords, anything that I can see like tucked. Like because like obviously I would know where to tuck things. That like makes the most logical sense.
Yeah, do an insight check.
Okay. Insight? Oh man, I was hoping perception. Insight is not my forte.
Well, if you're trying to judge something about him, it's insight. If you're
Okay.
just looking at visual elements.
I think that's gonna be like an 11. Hold on. No, yeah, it's an 11.
And I can show you real quick what he looks like.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
I would have agreed to go on the ride.
Dang it, I'm married.
I'm a widow, so.
Is that a tattoo on his neck? What is that?
No, it's like a little piece of jewelry, at least in the illustration.
Like the top of it?
Yeah.
That is an unnecessarily pretty person. Unnecessary.
He is, and he speaks with like, he doesn't speak like a low-born person. He speaks as somebody educated and intelligent and charming, and that's kind of part of where that kind of cockiness comes in too. And as you have your like kind of arm around him and everything like that, he seems very fit. Like you can tell just by the way he moves that he knows how to handle himself. There's like a balance and grace to him. You kind of get the idea he knows what he's doing physically too. So you don't know what that means, but
I know not to fuck with him. It's pretty much. I know it would not be an easy fight if I were to get into a fight with him. Pretty much.
Possibly. So
Are they letting White Claw on? Or are they being kind of weird about that?
yeah, she would not, and the entrance is a little bit too small, so I think they would not. Yeah, I think one of the guards would kind of, hold the spear forward and be like, "My apologies, we cannot allow your wolf into the
She's
tent."
very tame and domesticated. She won't bite you unless she has to.
She is a bit too large, and she will be fine.
Can she ride behind?
Of course.
I turn around, kind of pat her head like, "I'm sorry, girl. No room. We'll take care of you when we get to the city."
Okay.
I'm trying to think if I can send her a message telepathically. Or like if I have to speak out loud, or if I can just
On a fine steed, I'm not sure. You have to look it up.
Yeah, because technically she's not a familiar. She's
Yeah,
just
right.
a steed.
it's
Said you can communicate.
I can communicate with you telepathically, but does that mean I have to speak it?
No.
just
telepathy.
No, it's just in your mind.
Yeah.
If it doesn't
Okay.
say that.
I will try and I will message her saying, if you can, wait for your name is Sarah. If you can, wait for Sarah. See if you can give him a ride. And then
Does she have true sight or anything?
no.
She's got a good sense of smell, though.
Yeah.
Not a good sense of smell.
That's true.
The
Okay.
pastries.
Just something to note. The speed that he talked about that they're moving
Not fast enough. Or
Too
over
fast.
a long period of time, almost at a horse's gallop.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind. That's probably not something she's going to be able to maintain.
Or Sarek. So Sarek is already
Right.
coming up with ideas on how to make this work. Although, I guess I would have heard the conversation, because they had it.
If you're getting close enough, yeah, if you're following.
Okay, well, I wasn't sure if they had it on the outskirts where they were standing, or if they were having that near the big scorpion.
It's as you guys were approaching. Yeah,
Okay.
he was kind of explaining.
I'll tell her telepathically, like, don't tire us, don't overexert yourself. If need be, I can send you back to the Feywild and bring you back. So don't kill yourself.
You do that while Sarah's riding it.
Mid-run.
She just licks your face and then just kind of sits down to wait. Okay. So as you guys enter in, climb up the stairs and enter in, you see, similar to your own tent, a much larger space inside, opening into a enormous pavilion of sorts, with gleaming, like reflective white marble floors and columns in various places, littering across the floor. And in various places, you see all kinds of like cushions and blankets, and you see kind of plush furniture in different places. You see actually see over on the side kind of set back what looks like a full kitchen with like ovens and different things of that nature. You see a few different people. Well, I'll come back to that. You see, some very nice like sleeping areas with beds and like full beds and things like that set around with one particularly kind of larger one. And you see over on the other side, you see what looks like almost like in a house would be like an addition almost, with it's kind of set back in a rectangular fashion, with what looks like a brownish mat with like weapons racks, all kinds of different weapons, kind of lining the outside of it. And you see as your eyes kind of look up and kind of take in the pavilion over you, you see intricate carving of this marble ceiling, and then in the center, in this kind of like, as it kind of comes to the apex, you see almost sort of a circular domed area with 3 intricate paintings. And you see carved underneath, you see on each one, it'll say artist's interpretation of, and you see 3 gods. The first one you see, which I will show you on there, is Mediti, which is the god of creativity, humor, fun, and action. Next to them, you see Malkurian.
There he is.
Which Bear is familiar with, the god of war, fire, strength, and loyalty. And then lastly, you see slightly different than what you've seen before of her, which you haven't seen much, but it's Ixie.
Hey! Kind of looks almost exactly like your girlfriend. Well, not your girlfriend.
Balance.
Yep.
Boo.
Goddess of luck, weather, and travel. And as you guys are entered and kind of like stood there like taking in this enormous space and everything like that, and he sees you guys kind of looking up at the paintings. He's like, yes, I am a fan of good art, and I am particularly fond of these gods, in particular, for various reasons, but these were very special paintings to me, especially the one of Ixie. Like, I've seen many illustrations of the goddess of luck, who many seem to be concerned with the luck portion of her. But I am particularly fascinated about the weather aspect of her, and she is a fascinating goddess in particular, which is why this is my favorite illustration, because you can see, even though she is in the worst of weather and being drenched in the water, she's still smiling, and you can see just the slight tilt of her head as if to say she knows something. What is it she knows that we do not? What do you think it is that makes her smile in the storm? It's a very intriguing thing to think about, no?
Very unusual grouping of gods. To have one of weather and luck, one of war but also of loyalty, and then one of creativity and vibrancy. It's a very interesting combination.
Well, I admit Ixie is a particular interest of mine. You do not see any serious followers. Not that I would consider myself a follower truly, but most of it came to her when gambling and such. But the other two, Fern and Rakka, makes all the sense in the world. there is no such thing as a true warrior who cannot appreciate true art. And so these two things make all the sense in the world. And if you are a true warrior, you are defending something worth defending. And, well, that's where Mediti comes in. Not to mention creativity is an elemental part of a real great warrior.
Don't think I'd ever considered that before.
Wait, are you saying you're protecting creativity and humor? I'm confused where Mediti comes in with the warrior.
Living life to the fullest, laughter and fun, and a full life. What better thing to protect than that?
Makes sense. I recently became a student of Malkurian. Don't know much about him, but I know that he is very, war, loyalty, all that stuff.
Yes, again, another god that people tend to think only of war and death, and certainly those are areas of expertise for him, but he is also a god of loyalty and nobility, and the true warrior spirit, which is not aimless, killing anyone and everyone that they can lay their sword on, nor aimless arrogance of warriors who just want to prove themselves the best because they want to exalt themselves, but ones who are fighting for something worth fighting for.
In my head, I'm terrible with names tonight. My teacher is Shay.
Mm-hmm.
In my head, I'm thinking, Shay makes a lot of sense. Why Malkurian? Like, because she's very, to the cause, noble, oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense. He's helped me a lot recently, so it's good to know.
Yes, it is good to pass on wisdom.
Speaking of wisdom, are you familiar with Yildris?
Oh yes, I've heard of her, yes.
Also a student of hers. She is also very interesting. I feel like she and the warrior side go hand in hand. I don't have to go into a fight blind. It still happens, but if I can have wisdom before a fight, it helps the fight go much better.
Indeed. I can see the connection. It's very astute. You can understand why I might not be particularly attracted to a goddess of winter.
That makes sense. I would think you would want winter around here being so hot, though.
I enjoy the sun. I enjoy
Really?
the heat.
Oh.
Yes.
Not for me.
It is home. And just as I am sure many would hate the weather that you are familiar with in the north.
True, but it is home for me, as you say. I would hate to have sun, drying out all day long. It is. Don't know how you do it here. It is rough.
Exactly. We should love our home and protect it as true warriors, yes?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm with you, Dash.
Excellent. So as you're talking, you continue to look around. You see a few different servants. You see one that's kind of younger, with short, younger human with kind of short brown hair, almost black, with tan skin. You see another one who's probably in her 50s, with kind of longer black hair, with bits of gray here and there. You see a man with kind of shorter hair who's probably 30s or 40s, kind of hard to tell his age, over in the kitchen area. And then you also see two other that stand out from the others, because while these are basically dressed in kind of simple white clothes, you see one who is dressed in very ornate robes of blue and green that look very much like the robes that you saw the priests and priestesses of Shanisi wear. The goddess of sea and stars that you visited the library in the Petals. looks very much like that, and then another one sitting, and you almost don't notice them at first, who is sitting with dark black clothing with like kind of a red sigil that none of you recognize except for you. And you don't even know the name of them, but you know that they are elite magic wielding warriors that you don't mess with, and you hardly ever see because they are very expensive to hire. They have a very particular and intense order that most people can't make into, and it's just a kind of almost mystical, mythological nature
It's
of
like Special Forces Magic Edition.
yeah, more or less.
Okay.
And so, and you see it, and it's that person you think might be a man, but it's hard to tell because he's covered with all except for his eyes, with a veil and like a scarf wrapped around everything, and just kind of sitting cross-legged nearby and watching you guys carefully.
Okay.
And he says, and Dash says, so, come in, make yourself comfortable. You can see why you would not want to walk.
I mean, in this is much better compared to being outside. I'll give you that. This is a lot more smoother. I assume you have food and drinks inside?
Yes, of course. Come. Hunasa. And he calls, and the male who's over in the kitchen area, comes over with like a small bow, and is like, provide our guests with whatever they wish.
Just some water would be great. We've been had a few nights out in the open, so we're a little thirsty. I'm a little thirsty.
Imagine so. Yes. Water?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes. Sounds great.
Excellent. And Hunasa gives a little bow and goes back over, gets what looks like a kind of crystal pitcher with glasses, and brings them over and pours each of you kind of tall glass of water.
Thank you very much.
Also, and this may be too forward to ask, but I'm assuming if you're employed here that you are quite the cook.
Are you asking?
I'm asking the dude bringing the water, the
Vanessa?
guy that was in the kitchen. Yeah.
Okay. He says, I am of modest talent, yes.
Do you ever prepare scorpion?
Yes.
I have. It is not a preferred dish by many, but I have worked with it in the past, once or twice.
We tried some the other night, and it didn't go well for some of us. I was hoping if you had any pointers.
Yes, well, off the top of my head...
So you're like, I just cooked it safely this morning, but whatever.
Off the top of my head, the best experience that I've seen is to shave off thin slices from the meat. Because of the thickness of the meat, it does not cook through very well, and it can easily be undercooked.
Stone's totally writing everything down.
From there, you can fry it, or you can soak it in a spiced mixture, depending on your taste and your preferences, and then either roast it or fry it from there. And there are a couple of different methods for it, but typically the thin slices is key to avoid it becoming overly tough. If you want a little bit more tender, soaking is better.
We'll have to try that next time, thank you.
And
Mildly fuming.
you try to ignore the fact that he's describing something somewhat similar to what Asura did. She did chunks as opposed to shaving, but it's the idea of what he's describing is the same.
As they're chatting, I'm going to assist you to your chair.
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry, but I have already forgotten your name.
Rose.
Rose. Well, my name is Harvey.
Harvey.
Good to meet you again.
We didn't really talk before.
Not much. But yes. I'm glad to see you're okay.
Thank you, Harvey.
What's my name again?
Ethanol.
Ethanol?
Yeah, that's what I was like. Did she say ethanol?
I said ethanol.
All right. Looks like the fuel of our journey tonight.
You see Dash, he walks over to like a little, what looks like kind of a roundish gathering area and sprawls out on one of the couches, like just with his foot up on the couch and just kind of laying, like almost laying down with his hand up on the side. He's like, oh, yes, Mithari, come here. And the one who resembles a priestess walks over and says, please, have a look at Rose here. She is in pain.
Just some old hips being old. A good sit will do me wonders. Please, I don't want to take up any resources.
Oh, it is not taking up any time at all. This is her craft. Go. And he just kind of ignores the protest. And
I just get up very quickly. I'm going to grab whoever is closest to me to help me get up, since I literally just sat down.
Harvey.
I'm probably right next to you.
Okay, I'm gonna grab Harvey again to help me get up, and as I get, I'm gonna kind of like lean in just a little bit, and I say, just be careful of the one in black. He has magic. And just leave that at that.
okay.
They're gonna ask him to punch you in the hip. the damage my hip.
So Mithari's going to come over and actually lead you a little ways to the side of the pavilion to like what looks like kind of like an elevated bed, like what looks like it's got kind of cloth and everything draped around it, but almost resembles like a doctor's bed or something like that, doctor's table or something of that nature. But you also see like massage oils lined up on the side and things like that. Like they just, but you also do see like what seem to be medical implements and things like that as well. And,
Do any of them resemble things I used to torture people with?
we'll roll a perception
Great
check.
question. I would like to know.
Perception. That was not a good roll, but I have a plus 11, so it's a 13.
Okay. Not as far as you can tell. Granted, you're not an expert in medical things either.
Nah, I just grabbed what was convenient.
Yeah, but so it's kind of hard to tell based on your knowledge, but it doesn't seem overtly ominous or anything like that. But she has you lay down and starts like checking over your hip and like kind of like checking you over.
Okay.
As the rest of you guys and the Dash kind of invites you guys to kind of take a seat around.
I'm gonna snuggle up underneath Easy's arm.
I know it's cold.
And I should say, interestingly, toward the other side, opposite of the entrance, the thing I forgot to narrate is actually the opposite side of the pavilion looks like a big open window of sorts. Not like glass, but you almost, and you don't notice it at first, but you can actually see very faintly what looks like almost like folds of fabric, almost like you can see like it's been magically augmented to be able to see out but not in. So kind of providing light, a huge amount of natural light into the area and kind of letting you see around and things of that nature. And as you guys kind of make yourself comfortable and he says, so, well, how did you guys meet?
Why don't you tell them, babe?
I would like to point out that man has no deception.
Yep.
I don't either.
Not the greatest at this. Okay.
This is gonna be good.
We met while traveling the road near the World Thorns. And what's the name of the pass that we met on?
What?
I thought we met you at the
Oh, that.
In the Helterland?
Helterlands. That's right, the Helterlands, not the World Thorns. I meant to say Helterlands. Shoot. I meant the Helterlands near the World Thorns. I was going there. on a journey.
Good save. Good save.
Yeah, and
Have you ever been there?
The Hinterlands. Yes, briefly. But I understood the area near the World Thorns to be off of the known highways. That's a dangerous route to take. Especially for two of you to separately be taking it and happen to meet. But must have been some story.
indeed, it was a lovely caravan.
This is the price of your ride, so
Indeed.
why don't you have it?
Well, we both happened to hire the same caravan, and as you know, there's all kinds of dangers on the roads in the Elderlands, right? Demon monkeys. Weren't they like demon monkeys there?
Yeah, they were like gorillas. Yeah,
A gorilla.
yeah.
Demon gorillas.
Yep.
Confusing with Wizard of Oz.
Do I remember what the names of these creatures are?
Do you?
I don't remember. I know.
I don't think we learned what they were.
There's like flaming gorillas.
It's like flaming gorillas. I remember those, and I remember.
There were all sorts of dangers. We saw statues of people.
Indeed.
We didn't know what we were getting ourselves into.
It's true.
But, we were traveling along together and it got dicey, as you remember. I don't really like to recall the memory other than the fact that Ethanol saved my life. And we fell in love.
She saved mine. Indeed. And then now we're on our honeymoon, as odd as this is.
Mutually saving.
Mother
lives.
insisted on going on the honeymoon with
Indeed.
us.
I mean,
He kind of like gives a sidelong look to her over the
I know they're lying, and I'm still shocked. I'm like, ugh.
That's not healthy. Well, tell me the story about saving each other's lives.
I remember there was a moment when this, demon gorilla thing attacked us and had knocked down this bridge all on his own.
Bear like chokes his way.
I don't know why he wanted to destroy a bridge of caravanning people.
I
But
think he wanted to eat us.
That too.
Seems like a safe bet.
Yes, indeed. We looked like a good meal in the cold. And as he smashed that bridge, he had knocked me over. And what's her name again? Oh God.
Zinnia.
Zinnia.
Zinnia. Again.
Zinnia.
Zinnia like the flower.
Zinnia like the flower. Got it. And Z here. It's my pet name.
No more name reminders.
All right. Zinnia. All right. Got it. Z. Happened to pull me underneath the caravan and was able to bring me back to be awake for the fight, and thankfully we were able to fend off the three demon gorillas with our party. And the last one, you can tell the story better than I can.
The last, we took care of most of them. Granted, I didn't do much at all other than slap him awake.
It was worth it.
But the last one, it was coming straight for us. I woke him up, and he's so strong. I mean, he's really strong.
Really?
I wouldn't.
You can't really tell.
I could take a punch. I'm not.
Sometimes it's hard to tell.
He does that a lot, but trust me when I say he picked up a boulder and just smashed it in the head as it was running towards us.
Picked up a boulder.
I mean,
I should like to see this.
It
display
was
of
a
strength.
once in a lifetime situation. You know, you hear about the grandmother picking up the boulder to save their grandchild. It was that kind of moment.
a fight or flight situation.
Indeed.
And he chose to fight
Yeah.
for me.
Indeed.
It was beautiful. And I'll grab his face and I'll kiss him.
How can I say no?
Don't give us disadvantage.
I want you to roll a deception check with advantage.
Yay! For both of us? Or just one of us?
You got
Me?
You
Wait,
just
what?
roll with advantage because she's helping.
Okay, got it.
basically.
Got it. Alright, here we go. Deception. Let's go. Alright, that's actually pretty good. 19.
Hey!
I do want you to also do a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, check in your thoughts. Oh, you would get +5?
Do I? Am I close enough to you?
I assume so. We're in the same like caravan.
Okay. Alright.
Is it 10 feet?
10 feet.
10 feet. Okay.
I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
5.
And so that is a wisdom saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, wisdom saving throw.
Let's go.
Come on, baby. Alright, that's pretty good. That's 23.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness.
Like,
Good
as
thing I got
you're,
this cloak on.
so as you're talking, there is a moment while you're telling this story where you feel briefly like this strange, almost kind of pressure or probing on your mind, and you feel like you might have fought it off. It's hard to tell, but I feel like you might have fought it off.
It's not a small headache. And this is a lot to remember. It's some scary
Yes,
memories.
Quite. What brought you to that part of the Helterlands in the first place?
I was going to Lyrindale.
Oh, that's not too many people going there for the destination. Why is this?
It's part of my job.
Jeez.
Let's say I was hired to investigate some wrongdoings in there.
Hired to investigate Lyrindale.
Indeed.
Usually done by a government, another nation. This is very interesting indeed.
I don't want to lie anymore.
It's exhausting, isn't it?
It's exhausting.
I find it so easy.
We know.
Yes, I don't want to give out too much about my employer. He likes to keep things secret, but... but, yes, I just wanted to... That's all I could say for right now. Not to cause you for alarm. It's nothing involving you.
Well, I should hope it would not involve me, a merchant from Rakka, being involved in investigations into Lyrindale.
I know because you're bordering countries, I don't know if you have interest in... I know that Lyrindale typically doesn't, or the capital, doesn't favor most of people of Rakka, am I right?
Well, this is true. They've been at war for centuries.
Mm-hmm.
Just a curious thing to bring up. Would assume that someone like me would care.
Oh, it's just have to keep all options open as a possibility as an investigator.
You should make another wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
I feel it again.
How much is it?
5.
5. Okay. 21.
Ooh.
Again, similarly, feeling like like a soft pressure on your mind, and again, you kind of feel like you might have shrugged it off. But it's hard to tell.
Hard to tell. Yes.
So,
Do I hear this whole conversation?
I think you're far enough away. It'd be like just kind of soft, like
Whispers?
maybe bits and pieces, but it wouldn't be
Okay.
clear.
Okay.
And the moment she's like asking you questions and things like that, kind of talking to you
Yeah.
Okay.
medically as she's investigating you. So,
Gotcha.
and you know, he kind of like looks at you in the awkward silence for a second. And, what of you, my friend? What is an orc doing in the deserts?
Well, my partner here and I, we, like I said, we're from Carandia, and they've had their fair share of troubles as of late, and received quite a bit of damage from a huge battle they had recently. And there's a lot of coin flowing around, and so we figured if we could travel far enough to find some not so commonplace things, we could bring them back to Carandia and make quite a bit of coin for ourselves.
Not so commonplace things.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too special. I mean, I'll tell you what, they don't have scorpion in Carandia. So, but I don't think food or game would travel well. So we're thinking maybe spices or weapons. Something that travels easy and we might be able to make some coin off of when we get back.
Well, I mean, the coin is important for sure, but it's not the only thing. It's also to help the people out. They've suffered a huge tragedy, and it can help.
And I always say where there's tragedy, there's opportunity.
Not my favorite phrase of his, but
Unusually altruistic of you.
well, yeah, I'm a paladin in the Silver Flames, so I try to help out where I can.
And what is who does this order serve?
The Silver Flames? We actually serve a multitude of gods. Yeah, like 10 to 12. We kind of keep a check and balance on other clerics and paladins, making sure that as long as they do their job, no problem. But if anyone becomes corrupt, then we step in.
How fascinating. And why would a paladin with such an important job be seeking gold out for a
That's why I say it's
country far from the desert?
yeah, it's not all about the gold, but it does take money to fuel my mission. I can't rely on charity from everybody.
So is the gold for you or for the country of Carandia?
Well, it's to get the stuff, the spices, the weapons, bring that back for the Carandians. They need that. The gold, I will take my cut to, again, pay for my food and lodging and to... I mean, we're not going to be partners forever. I'm eventually going to go off on my own and continue my mission.
He was the only one crazy enough to go with me.
And what brought you to the middle of the desert here, where there is nothing to be found?
Well, like I said, we were heading towards, I can't say it correctly. What?
Lyrindale?
No, where the hell?
Shinto?
No,
Culturlands?
where are we?
Taratha.
Thank you.
El Rakka is where
Yes. Yes. We were heading towards El Rakka on the caravan, which, you know, kind of took a little bit of an investment that didn't pay out, unfortunately. And we were hoping to find wares there that we can't find in Carandia. I don't know what they are, to be exact. It's not like we're shopping for one specific thing. It's more that we're shopping for whatever we can't find in Carandia. And if I don't know what it is, I can't really look for it.
But you are very deep into El Rakka now.
Yes, and we were hoping to find some good trading towns or some good artisans where we may be able to peruse their goods.
Well, you're in the wrong place to look for towns, my friend.
Then where are we headed?
Well,
I thought we were headed to Taratha.
well, yes, but that is very far away, and you're nowhere near, civilized places that have interest to you at the moment. And it's
Not
interesting
only is
how
he
you
a
would end
thief,
up
he's a
this-
liar. If I ever find that caravan,
Interesting to me that you would travel for weeks into the desert without realizing that you are not.
well, to be true, I've never been here before. And I maybe I trusted a little too much.
Well,
The price I'm paying now.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Trust should not be given easily.
No, so I hope you understand that I'm a little weary. Most people, most natives that I've met here so far have not been kindly. But you seem like a man of honor, and so I'm hoping you can change my opinion of this fair country.
I should think I am. And he kind of like takes a drink. You see that unlike the rest of you, this Hinasa had brought over wine for him, and he kind of takes a drink and kind of peers at you over the lip of the glass. And I'd like you to make independent deception checks.
Oh boy.
Ooh. I got a 24.
Okay.
Hey,
did you pretty good for you.
Deception.
Yeah, I know, right? Rolled high.
17.
Okay. Asura,
Yes.
as you are being checked over, and this priestess is speaking to you and asking you questions about how you got the injury and where does it hurt, and like how does it hurt, can you describe the pain, and with the scale of things and things like that. Roll a deception check for one.
Honest doll, can you show me where it hurts?
Alright, so that's gonna be a 26 for deception.
Okay.
No, 27, sorry, 27.
Okay. And she does a medicine check too. She's talking to you sort of softly, and at one point, she, she's kind of replacing clothing that she had displaced in her examination and things like that. She kind of says softly, I am very certain there's nothing wrong with your hip. He is a man of honor, if you're honest with him.
I look at her, and as she's helping me get my clothes kind of situated, which I'm gonna ask back, which me are you talking to?
Whichever one will listen. Now, interesting note, as she's worked on you, you do see the tattoo, and you guys would have seen it too, though the rest of you wouldn't really know what it means necessarily. But you do see the tattoo demarking her as a slave. The symbol, roll a history check.
Oh man, which we're going great at. Oh, that's not bad. That's gonna be a 13.
Okay. You feel like you might have seen it before somewhere, but you're not sure where. Just like a nagging feeling, like a vague passing recognition, but you just can't place where it might have been that you've seen it. But it's also just as a note, since you have had experience in these areas growing up, it's like it's unusual to see a priest or priestess of any kind as a slave. And so, don't know what the situation is there, but
I'm going to look down at her wrist, and she's only had one person, correct? Like she only has one emblem, so that's her only master that she's known. I'm gonna look at the tattoo and then look at her. How long have you been with him?
Since I came of age.
And he's the reason you are who you are today.
I chose Shanisi of my own accord, but he allowed me to study it and eventually become a cleric. And I have earned my coin, but decided to keep it.
Will you ever give it back?
Hard to know the future, but I do not see it. I do not see reason to yet.
Who is he really? The image is familiar. I just don't know where.
It is familiar to many. But I'm sorry, I cannot. That is not something I can say.
Thank you for your hands on my hip. I feel much better now.
Like I said, he is honorable.
You would understand my hesitation, though.
Yes, we all make our choices. I understand. Yeah, looks like that ought to do it. And, she kind of helps you back over and says she should be feeling better. And, Dash just, nods kind of and thanks. And says, of course, we will provide you with whatever you need for treatment along the way.
Thank you.
Mathari just kind of goes back over to her area and whatever she was doing.
I'll just kind of periodically look over at her.
Yeah, she seems to be reading something and then taking notes and just kind of pondering over some sort of tome. She has like a little desk in like her little what seems to be her area over there that she's sitting at. And
based on my knowledge of specifically the tattoos, like annotations and like earning your coin and stuff like that, can I do an insight check on her sincerity about him?
Oh, sure.
I didn't know if I got advantage because I had specific knowledge in this cultural section.
I'll augment the DC for you.
Okay. Oh, that's not bad. 16.
Okay. Yeah, she seems to be sincere in the fact that she believes he's honorable, that she has stayed. Like he doesn't seem to be giving her any reason not to be there. Like you did feel a little bit of thankfulness in the idea that she was allowed to kind of pursue her priesthood and everything like that while under him, and which is a little bit generous because that's kind of an intense study and takes time and dedication to do for any god or goddess, and so yeah, I mean she does seem sincere for what she was saying.
Okay.
It was more of just advice of being honest with him is probably a better course.
Mother, you feel better?
My hip is definitely much improved. Thank you for the hospitality and kindness. Zinnia, sweetie, can you just sit close to me for a minute?
Of course.
I peel her away from her husband.
Your children were regaling us with stories of how they first met
Ah, yes.
and how you tagged along on their honeymoon.
You can understand. Wanting to stay close to the people you love.
Of course.
Especially after all that Corandia has seen.
It's very touching.
You'll forgive me, but no, I don't understand. Young people should be allowed to live their lives and enjoy what they enjoy, each other especially. If true love has found each other, they should be allowed to experience it alone.
She's already heard the spiel. Okay.
Dash.
But she has not heard it from me.
We will try.
I know you're a man who likes to collect stories. But what about mysteries?
Depends on the mystery.
Well, and I'll get up and I'll walk towards the invisible wall, right?
Okay.
The one letting the daylight in, and just kind of stand out. Do you notice anything missing?
Anything missing? Well, for the sake of, since we don't have actual visuals here, what are you trying to?
I'm assuming I'm standing in front of a window with a bunch of light coming through, and I have no shadow.
Oh. Let's see.
Desert's a weird place to not have a shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of looks at you like with his eyes kind of narrowed very intently, and as you get up and kind of take some distance, you're reminded again of that kind of shrouded figure,
Sure.
eyes very closely on you, and
Not making any sudden movements.
he at first very clearly looks you up and down your body, kind of trying to examine things, and you can hear him kind of. Well, let's see, you're dressed fairly well, which means you've experienced some success in whatever work you're doing here. What most people would mistake as full orc, I think, is only half.
That part is missing, yeah.
Yes. And his eyes finally fall to the floor. Interesting. Is this some trick of magic?
If it is, it's not mine.
And he kind of turns and looks over at that kind of shrouded figure for a second, and the shrouded figure's eyes are also a little bit narrowed as he looks over at you, and you just see very, very faint shake of the head, and Desh kind of turns back to you. He's like, very curious indeed. How did this come to be?
No idea. We were traveling, we were on the road. A small creature, I think it was a bunny. Could have been a cat. It was a little hard to tell. But a small creature approached me and just left with it. I have no idea why, or no idea to get back. I've been asking people on my travels because nobody seems to have any clue.
Very interesting. Like something out of a fairy tale, yes?
Seems that way.
And has it negatively affected you at all?
That's a strange thing, not that I can tell. Just seems to be a benign curiosity.
Can the four of you who are in this situation make a perception check for me?
Perception.
Perception.
The one person making the talking is not making the perception check.
Yeah.
What'd you make?
10 flat.
22.
Sorry.
19.
5%
Okay.
It's flat.
Okay. You don't notice anything.
Oh, damn!
Wow.
Damn!
Okay.
I hate that. My passive is 21.
Right.
Damn.
22.
Oh. Yeah, that's what's driving me crazy. I hate it.
Can I?
This is- Huh. A man of no shadow. I think some would interpret this as a bad sign, but it is not affecting you. Huh?
I did it first. It scared me half to death. But as time went on, I mean, I've been without it for months now.
Well, I mean, if it's not hurting you, then,
You haven't
life
heard
goes
of
on,
such
the
a
desert
thing
remains.
with all the stories you've collected?
Not of shadows disappearing, I think.
Well, you have now.
Very interesting. Well, meeting a man with no shadow is an interesting thing indeed.
Can I send a telepathic message to White Claw and ask her if she has seen Sarek, or like basically how it's going out there?
How you doing out there, kiddo?
You still with us? I can do it within a mile.
A little mile? Okay.
I believe that's the range.
That's what I was checking.
Within 8 feet.
White Claw?
Hello?
Practically useless.
Keep it whisper.
That's telepathic.
Yeah. It looks. She communicates back that she has picked him up.
Okay.
Assuming you
She
did
has.
get on.
I mean, I had some ideas, but sure.
If you don't want to, then now's the time to
choice.
decide. What has Sarek been doing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're probably by this time coming up closer to
An
when
hour.
your visibility would be gone.
Yeah. And we're still fairly early in the day, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whole day of travel, bud.
Yep.
A long ways away.
All right. So the cliffs are still to our side, correct?
To the right side, yeah.
They're to the right side. Okay. And they're 20 feet up.
Well, and as you travel, you're going between other cliffs because this is a whole rocky area where you're kind of in this like what looks like
Yeah.
a riverbed.
And we're going
Okay.
hella fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she is almost having to run to keep up. Like it's a very fast, intense lope, and you can hear her breathing hard. And
Are you riding with her?
He's making that decision.
Yeah, I am. I'm making that decision now.
If she
Okay.
dies, she just goes poof.
She'll be alright. She'll come back.
No offense, I'm not worried about White Claw.
Yeah,
No, yeah.
Sorry about being stranded in the desert.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, because I get what you were gonna do. Okay, I see
Yeah.
where you are. Mhm.
For right now, man, I think for right now I will ride White Claw
okay,
and just recast invisibility when it's coming to an end.
okay,
So I'll go ahead and take that spell slot up.
okay. So
I-
that'll be good
I'll
for the next hour.
I'll tell her like again, don't exert yourself, don't kill yourself, and listen to Sarek, be safe, don't be a hero, basically. I don't know.
If Sarek has to die, let him die.
So as that, as you finish casting or whatever, you actually see White Claw kind of slow down a little bit, and you can see like there's slow but growing distance between you and the rest of the caravan.
So the gap's getting further and further.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm good for right now. I'll hold on a little bit longer.
Okay.
But I think, let's see, if they get further than, what's her speed right now?
She's 60 feet.
Oh yeah, and she's using all.
I mean, she's
180,
galloping.
yeah.
You know?
Whew, yeah, there's no way I can keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's a sustained pace, which is the problem.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a large creature moving at a very
Yeah. Quick clip.
very good pace by comparison.
All right, so we're in a riverbed, dry riverbed.
Yeah, more or
there's
less. It's almost like a
ravine.
Yeah, it's like a long kind of winding canyon of sorts. Like a canyon's a little bit too big of a word for it, but it's just bigger than the narrow ravines you've been.
Right. That's what I was kind of curious about. How far away are the cliff edges from where they are traveling right now, where the caravan's traveling?
Well, it's varying. It's
Okay.
narrowing and widening, and just as you go, it's changing. Height and width, and
Yeah, there's no good option on this one. The
you
good
see
option's already
branches
passed.
off.
Yeah.
Occasionally, like before.
Hold on, let me just see one thing. So, back at the beginning, before the caravan left, I will actually go ahead and cast Hunter's Mark on the big beast. That way I can track it that way, or I get advantage on tracking it.
Okay.
So that way, if I potentially lose it,
I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to lose your invisibility if you do that.
so yeah, I will have cast.
You cast a spell.
Yeah, that's fine. I was still in the ravine, hiding from everyone. Like I didn't go up and listen to any of the conversation.
Oh, you were trying to say this was back when.
At the very beginning, yeah. If you won't let me do it, that's totally fine.
Don't they both require concentration though?
Yeah, I mean, he would lose one, right?
Because Hunter's Mark, I think, is a concentration spell.
Well, let me see.
If you
'cause
cast a
there's.
spell,
Let me see. This is
I don't know if it's a spell for him. I think it's a trait.
Hunter's Mark is a concentration spell, so I think,
Yeah, I was trying to think if.
because we've gotten so far with the invisibility, like trying to retcon it would be too much.
Yeah. Okay, that's
So,
fine. Yeah, and the invisibility thing's kind of weird because it's a feat, but it's also a spell, so it would still be concentration. You're right.
Yeah, to my knowledge, Hunter's Mark is.
Yeah,
is
it's
with
allowing
It's
you to
concentration,
cast
yeah.
that spell.
Yeah.
It's not exactly an ability.
Yeah.
It's an ability
Exactly.
that lets you cast it. So,
Without using a spell slot.
Yeah. So I'd say, yeah, we are as narrated.
Way too far. Yeah. That's totally fine. I don't think I have much of an option. It's riding White Claw right now. That is my. She's got more speed than I do. I'll just keep riding. And.
And actually, interesting question.
Uh-huh.
exciting
I
world
think
of
you could.
logistics.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I'll just ride
So
White Claw.
recasting riding White Claws,
Yes, after
she's
the-
like losing
Yep.
distance from them.
And if they ever get out of eyesight, then I'll stop and do it. I'll try to track them.
Which is probably not going to take terribly long.
Yeah.
Probably 20, 30 minutes, and then they'll be well out of sight, a good distance away. So
Yeah.
go ahead and roll a survival check then.
All right.
Will he survive?
Natural 20. 27. Yeah. This is the dice that roll like 3 natural 20s last week.
Man is a ranger.
Yep.
Okay, nice. No problem at all. They're very distinct markings as far as you can tell. This large creature and the telltale sandrake, signs around it. Yeah, no issues except for just increasing distance. But it looks like you're gonna be able to track him.
I start talking to White Claw because who else am I going to talk to? Like, White Claw, in this little bit of time I've been traveling with this crew, they keep forgetting that I don't have a tattoo that will talk to everyone.
We got a lot of range anyway.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, this is just venting to someone that's not going to talk back, which I'm totally fine with. Unless it's like unless White Claw's like a husky and just starts like.
Good question.
Yeah.
I feel like she makes some noises. She's not utterly silent. She
Yeah.
makes some noises.
Yeah, I think at the most you'd get is like the occasional grunt because she's like, this is a lot of work.
Yeah.
This is intense cross country
Yeah.
stamina business here. And while she is doing good because wolves can actually travel almost endlessly, it's part of how interesting science fact. This is why wolves have like one of the highest kill rates in all of nature, is because they basically don't tire. They will track you forever and continue, hunting you down, forever. It's really interesting. Anyway,
High vengeance. The sense of vengeance.
wolves are awesome.
Liam Neeson.
But just not at that speed. So basically, it's just the longer the day goes on, the further that gap's going to be. And you'll just continue trying to track them and,
Yep.
moving forward.
So, see what happens to Sarek.
Did we lose another one of your characters?
You have to stop saying it like that. It's the worst. Like, oh well, there goes another one.
Don't worry, I've got like 8 backup characters that I could slide right in. It's fine.
So you say you're from Carandia.
But not originally, but yeah.
Huh. Is it true that it's a cursed land?
I mean, they've had tragedies. I don't know if you would call it curse. They've had bad leadership.
It's interesting. I've been told that ever since long ago, when the Dragon of Mist was slayed by a lich there, that they've had trouble with necromancy ever since that day.
I mean, yeah, I came across some undead while I was in town. I think it's still a bit of a problem. That's fair, yeah.
And you say there was the large battle. I think we heard of something of this nature. Some sort of giant attack, huh?
Stories I hear was a giant skeleton, basically.
But you did not see it.
Sadly, I was not in the area, but I wasn't there for the battle.
It's a shame. Would have been quite a sight.
Yeah. Apparently, everyone says it was kind of bad.
They also said that the whole castle is protected by a small group of, what do they call them? Protectors or...
Farda.
Yeah, I can't remember. But a small band of companions, I guess, helped drive back the skeleton.
I've heard that there were heroes in that land fighting alongside emissaries from the queen, or the goddess of the dead herself.
You mean Mori? That is quite interesting.
Sort of interesting coincidence, considering the sword that you carry.
Oh, yes.
I knew that was coming.
Yep.
Yep. You told us you weren't the part of the phone. Yeah, no, I mean, it's very interesting. Picked this up in my travels. Like I said, I'm a student of multiple gods. I just found it in a tip. I cleared it too, and it was there. I've been able to use it since.
So you're a tomb diver as well, grave robber.
Again, gold needs to pay for my mission. And sometimes I get hired to do things.
I suppose serving multiple gods gives you a flexible moral code, eh?
You could say that. Try to stay as on the straight and narrow as I can, but sometimes need to bend some rules.
That is quite a rule to bend, yes.
Which troll are you talking about?
Grave robbing.
Grave robbing.
Oh, well, they were dead. Like, they're dead. They don't need it.
I thought you said some were undead.
Well, yeah, I mean, so it's kind of like a good thing that I took them down.
Well, it's not my business. Yeah,
Speaking of gods, have you been to Corona yet?
no, not as of yet.
They actually have temples to Ixie. in
Do they?
Corona. They do.
That's unusual.
So, if you're ever there, you should check one out. They,
I was under the impression they preferred children and such.
in many places, but there are a few temples to other gods all through the land, and Ixie's one of them.
I should like to see a temple of Ixie.
Wasn't very impressive.
Yeah, but have you seen her, though? Like,
I'm a little more impressed now.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think many underestimate her.
Hmm.
Just as many make plans disrupted by bad weather that they could not have anticipated.
Quite unlucky for the bad weather.
It can be. But again, look at her smile. Perhaps she knows something you don't. And how many misfortunes turn out to be fortunes in disguise. Or misfortunes preparing you for fortune to come.
Are you saying that Ixie has more control than she lets on?
Well, she's a goddess, I would think so.
I mean, yeah, I get that argument, but she always struck me as one that just kind of, you know, whatever happens, happens. Just kind of roll the dice, and if it's bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. Just kind of, like I said, she just goes with the punches.
Well, I can understand why the simple-minded might think so, but I think if you were to dive into the... And trust, not to be given, I am no theologian, but I have studied such things to some degree, and she does seem to have a much deeper purpose in the universe than one would think.
It's very interesting. I've only had brief encounters with their followers. I don't really know too much about her.
Well, when you have the chance, I'd recommend reading. It's very enlightening things to learn about the gods and their place and how we fit into their universe.
I will do that. Thank you.
Well, what other news? What other news might you bring of interest?
I'll just tell them about like my year before I met the Folly, my travels out of the temple, you know, getting lay of the land, slay a few bad guys.
Tales of Harvey the Paladin.
That's right.
Barbie.
6 foot invisible white rabbit.
Yeah, so it's like the world is I mean, obviously, yeah, I'm not immortal, so I've only been here for 40 years, but it seems like the world is off balance. Can't compare that to what was before me, obviously. You get my gist. It just seems like things are worse than they have been.
Ah, yes, that has been happening all over. The world is topsy-turvy at the moment. It's... Well, in more ways than one. I mean, you're correct. It seems as though creatures are appearing, nightmares coming to life all over the place. It's very unusual.
Have you seen anything like that in your travels?
Oh, yes. Yes. Demons in the night and odd creatures that should not be here. The desert has its own fair share of dangers, much less sharing with others. It's dangerous times, and I'm not sure the world is ready for such things. It seems to be going through its own problems as it goes. Though, as much as I disrespect our neighbor to the north's taste in governing things. They do seem like they might be coming upon unity enough to maybe stand against some of these things. The word is the rebellion is on the verge of collapse. And as much as I do not like their way of thinking, it's does make a unified front, I think.
Do you think that's true? That the unified is actually unified, or that it's more of a facade?
Well, with a country that size, it's hard to achieve true unity. It's hard to achieve true unity with two people, much less millions. So it will never be completely true, that's certain. But I suppose if they control them well enough, then that is different than dissension within the ranks. I'm sure you've heard about a house divided and what happens to it.
Yes.
Then again, they're always constantly at war with Rakka, which undermines things as well. But if the rebellion is about to collapse, if the Ruby Judge indeed returns south, it will not be good for the Arakans, I think.
I feel like I've heard that name before, but I'm not super familiar with the lore of the Ruby Judge.
From what I have heard, she's a terror of the north. She's a name all fear in the country, and it seems she has dedicated her considerable will and force to eliminating the White Death, and seems as though she is succeeding. Hard to tell from this far south for certain, and Lyrindale is not always forthcoming with accurate information, but I think the fear of her is probably real.
So you'd prefer that the rebellion would win over the Ruby Judge?
Well, that is a tough thing to say, but no fun of Lyrindale. I suppose anything that would collapse the people, as they say, probably a good thing. Yeah,
Indeed.
So you would prefer that the rebellion see its final leg and die off so that the country can be unified?
Well, I don't know if I would say that as a matter of preference. I was simply commenting on the chaos of the world. Unified front is better to face things like that. Speaking only in terms of strength, not in terms of morality or what is best for a people in general. Only in terms of, well, we should say military strength, yes. Because as terrible as it is, even an enslaved army in unity is stronger than a free army that is in chaos.
It's an interesting turn of phrase that you've used there.
Yes, it's sometimes the truth is not fun. It's not nice.
No, I found it interesting based on your gods of choice above us that you would decide that this kind of enslaved unity would be something worth fighting for and not the bountiful creative independence of the individual.
Oh, let me be clear. I did not say I would fight for such a thing.
No.
I was merely commenting on unification's strength, not as a thing desirable in the general course of the world.
In your perfect imagination, if everything could go in the fashion that you would want it to, what would be your preference?
Well, I suppose I am a believer in one's ability to pursue, as I said, living life to the fullest, whatever that looks like for you. while also balancing out the realities of a harsh life and a life that does not always, most often does not cooperate with such pursuits. One cannot pursue pleasure all the time. I suppose live and let live. If this means someone, wishes to enslave themselves for a fair exchange as they perceive it, then no one should be able to say no to this. If they... Yeah, we, of course, our Rakkans believe in such practices as a civilized fashion, unlike our Shigoran neighbors that are brutal and harsh. If someone is to be a slave, they should be like a family member, yes? Like a child that you raise children and you teach them and ensure their best. And of course, a child must obey you, but you must also provide for them and protect them, like a household. It's much the same, except carried through and into adulthood.
What happens when that parent is not a responsible parent?
Yes. This is where I think our Rakkans are probably more advanced than most other places who have this sort of practice, yes? There's laws protecting against such things. Just as one might say, well, there are abusive parents, therefore no one should have children. No, this is a silly way to look at things. It's more that we should punish and we should address those abusive parents and punish them accordingly. And in our case, it's not good to treat our slaves poorly. It's not good to abuse them or be a poor master, and no man of honor would be. Of course, it happens, just as there are many honorable warriors in the world fighting for good things, as many as there are others who would do horrible things during a war. And you should, if an honorable leader finds out about this soldier, it should be punished accordingly.
What if the laws have blind spots, as it were, to certain situations?
Well,
and who gets justice then?
Well, it is true that perfection, while desirable, is not achievable with any law or any system. But we can hope for good leadership who will do their best to ensure that the laws are continually improved and continually developed.
How would you punish an abusive parent?
A very big question for a very wide berth of topic. There's levels, But I think, personally, as someone who believes in the ideal of being honorable and being, I think there's no honor in hurting people who cannot defend themselves. There's honor in defending those who cannot defend themselves, but no honor in... distasteful is not a strong enough word. It is revolting. Personally, I'd probably be a little bit harsher with those types of people had I that sort of power. For a bad enough offense, death is certainly not... and I'm also not squeamish, so I have no problem with extended torture either, so, depending on the case or the age of the abused in question. But it's not so strange, really. I mean, all kingdoms have laws, and if you do not obey these laws, then you are punished. up to death. You know, and you can, as you can, if you do not agree with these laws, you can try to change them. You can, you know, if you have the means, influence, or power, you can do so. But that is not the fate of most in most kingdoms. Most are simply subjects. But, and you might look at it this way: we are the same, except it is more at the level of a household, except kingdoms. Except we do have a czar that we have answered to.
Yes. How is it under the current czar's rulership?
I think, yeah, he's a good enough czar, I think. He's a little bit traditionalist, for my take. I think he's a little too focused on the war to the north, and perhaps he should be, but I think he's a little too focused on that and not enough on our own people. But then again, that could change. From what I've heard, the prince, his heir is a little more forward-thinking, you might say.
Prince, you say? What's he like?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard that he, again, is a more progressively minded individual with part of why Tirotha is of interest to me is because he has, I've heard rumor that he has had some interesting ideas about the city, and well, you know, every time the Czar changes, the court has debates on a number of issues, such as the war to the north and various trade things, and of course their attitude towards Tirotha and how much involvement we as a country have with them. The prince seems to think that there's a lot more opportunity to make them more of a true member of Rakka as opposed to separate and alien.
When he's talking about the prince, could I check his body language? Like, does he seem that cockiness come out any, or does he?
Roll an insight check.
Vibe that he's talking about himself?
Yeah. I'm talking about me.
Get it, girl.
21.
He definitely seems like he knows more than he's saying. That he does seem to be dodging something. His manner stays the same, but you do get the impression there's something there.
Do you agree with that sentiment that Tirotha should be? God, it is so hard just talk in this accent. It's my native accent. I really feel like I'm faking an American accent. What are your opinions of Tirotha and the city, and obviously those within it?
I suppose I'm reserving judgment until I get there. But if the heir is going to be making changes, it'd be good to get my foot in the door and, you know, see what opportunities are there before these changes, so that I'm first.
Always an opportunity.
As they're talking, I stand up and kind of walk towards the weapons closet. And hey, do you mind if I check out your hardware?
Be my guest.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to go see, like, are these, like, magical weapons, or are they just really nice weapons? Like, what kind of stuff are we dealing with here?
Roll investigation check.
Okay.
It's an intelligence modifier.
While eventually, like, when the conversation is, like, not on Zenoa and I do want to, like, lean into Zenoa and kind of give her a bit of a rundown of what my conversation with the priestess was. Like, give her a vibe of, like, hey, like, this is kind of the vibe that I'm getting right now. And also to let her know who the guy in black is.
Okay.
13.
Okay. it's hard to tell if they're magical or not at a glance without being too obvious. And,
Yeah.
you know, you're seeing a pretty eclectic variety of weaponry, though. That from different regions, you know, different types and different kinds. And surprisingly, most of them, while very well kept, you can tell they've been oiled and sharpened, they're all very well kept, also show signs of use. So they don't seem to be just a collection. So I think that's what you get from that.
I'll go back to the conversation. That is a nice collection you have there. Do you sell them, or are they all yours?
Oh, they're mine. I do not typically sell weaponry. I mean, of course, I'm always open to opportunities, but no, it's more for personal use.
Personal as in, like, for pleasure or for staying alive?
For pain.
I understood the question.
Why separate what is often one and the same?
Okay, I can respect that. They seem well used and well kept, like not just on a shelf, but also you take care of them.
Yes, well, I and my household. I do take pride in taking part of that, but it is not only me. There's many weapons, and they do a very good job.
May I show you mine?
Mm-hmm.
Take off my great sword. This is my. Don't go there. This is my family weapon. Damn it. Passed down through generations.
Generation.
Yeah, it's not getting better. Stop it! It was my father's before it was mine. And I inherited it. It's served me well.
God damn it.
Served me well these past few years.
Does it have like the family name written on it? Or anything?
Well, it has like a. The way I envision it is kind of like the W on the front.
What is the W? What is the W?
Oh, with me.
Ah, Harvey with me.
Yep.
Yeah, he kind of takes it from you and kind of holds it and kind of gives a couple of flourishes and seems like a fine sword.
It served me well. Like I said, kept me alive.
It should has many stories to tell of its own.
Indeed.
As any good sword should. Yeah, very good. Well.
I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna go sending.
Oh.
Sends an Armand to you. After you tell me that.
Yeah.
When they're talking.
Mm-hmm.
And it just says in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
I trust you. You are following your lead. I'm okay with telling him the truth. But he has to know we're not here for trouble.
I get 25 words. Is that what it is?
Yeah, 25.
Any decision I make affects everyone. And I need to be sure that everyone is okay with being honest. Plus, we've got our stowaway outside. It's a vent.
Send.
Nice.
So I just kind of stare back at you and just kind of leave that.
I'll literally motion like this, like.
While they're kind of like their conversations and kind of like other random things are happening.
He actually takes Bear and he'll walk you over and like start showing you the different weapons,
perfect.
like you know, like
Taking notes.
a staff with like iron tips on each side is like, you know, explains how these are typical use of. They're actually Targonian, typical of the Order of the Iron Light, which serves the Emperor, and you know, just kind of going through.
I would definitely, with a tear in my eye, tell about my lost trident. How I
Lost trident.
used to have a really cool trident.
You tell him the story of how you lost it.
No, I just said that I used to have one.
Grave robbing.
And yeah, just grave robbing. Yeah, I lost it.
Okay.
Underwater grave robber.
Underwater grave robber.
Yeah.
While that is happening, I'm just going to pat Zenoa's hand, and I'm just going to say, yes or no, to get your vote. Ask the outside. And then I'm going to call Ethanol. Ethanol, sweetie. I'm gonna,
Yes, mother.
I just need to kind of stretch out a little bit.
Oh, yes,
And-
I'll gladly
He'll help
hold
me
you up.
I'm going to then lean into you, and I'm gonna like lean in so that turning my tattoo on, and I'm gonna ask everyone except Bear, because Bear is in conversation with the guy, and I'm just going to say, basically, kind of a quick recap of what I told Zenoa about. Do we want to tell the truth or not? I need everyone's yes or no.
Yes, it seems like your hip is getting better.
It's much improved.
Yeah, the heat seems to loosen things up a little. Want to see?
Out of the corner of your eye, you see the guy who's like sitting, like shrouded or whatever, has almost like leaned forward a little bit, kind of watching this, like
Yeah.
very suspicious of the sudden talk here. So just be mindful.
Yeah.
Eventually, I'm gonna have, because I asked in the tattoo, I know that they're all thinking right now. So I'm gonna slowly kind of make an arc, like while I'm walking, to get over towards the kitchen, so that I can like bring out my box of tea, like the really, really, really nice tea.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna talk to the cook, the gentleman, and say, I would like to make a cup of tea for everyone with this really nice tea that I have. If you would be so kind as to assist me.
Yes, of course.
Kind of do that.
Yeah, he pulls out a very nice ornate tea set with like some jewels kind of set in the teapot and everything like that. Like just yeah.
Yeah.
Heats up water and does the whole thing with you.
Cast sending.
Mm-hmm.
We're okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
Okay, are you okay?
Don't know if we'll keep up the lie. May need to tell the truth.
7. Wait,
Follow as long as you can. Stand by.
I think it's 25, yeah.
Oh, so you don't want him to make a decision? That's fine.
Just giving him a heads up.
Well, that's
Well, you guys are out of sight. Going purely on tracking. Please, by the gods, stop so I can catch up. I'm done. That's it.
his is like an auto yes because the one.
Yeah.
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 By the God, stop!
I'm gonna like take my water and huddle up with the fam group
Yeah.
and say, we're gonna lose him.
I don't know how long
Quietly.
I've been traveling, but after that second invisibility where I was, there's no point in casting a third one. I'm just riding a White Claw now.
Okay.
So I'm waiting on your answer.
Let's open.
Nobody's made a definitive answer yet.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I've got yes.
Yes.
He's an auto yes
Yeah.
because we're gonna have to stop regardless.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Fine.
Just out of curiosity, because I'm just riding by myself with White Claw. I just look up and see if Galaxus is anywhere. Just out of
Flying along.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I was just kind of curious.
When was the last time we saw Galactus?
The other day.
I summoned her. I summoned her at the ruin.
Yeah.
After we left the ruin.
Did she fly away?
Yes.
She kind of did her own thing.
Yep.
Because he was being an ass.
Yep.
Yep.
I was like, all right.
She apparently didn't like his answer to what they were doing or why. And
Yeah. She's like, we need to be in Lyrandale, not Arrakis. You know. This is stupid.
Alright. And then, like, as the tea's getting finalized, I'm going to, even though I know that it is not my responsibility to pass out tea, like, that's his job, I take the, like, I have him carry the tea set and I give out the tea.
yeah, he would fight you pretty hard on that.
Okay. Then I will accompany him
his job.
with the tea as he's passing it out to when we get to the
Make a
bear.
persuasion check.
Okay, I will try.
I don't trust.
Nat one?
Never trust you around tea. We all know it.
Even the servants.
You're not living that down.
It's my honor to serve. Make yourself comfortable. You are the guest.
I'm just not used to. Thank you.
He takes and serves the tea. Which he wouldn't let you do much with making the tea either. He's letting you like watch, but
Yeah.
provide it. But that's about it. He seems very protective of his kitchen, but also just very like serious about doing his work.
Okay.
And bows back to the kitchen as Dash finishes his little tour of weapons with Bear and makes his way back to the cushy area.
A gift for your hospitality.
Ah, yes. And he takes some and he just kind of smells it for a second and Targonia, I think. Yes.
Yes.
Ah, it's very good. Yes. Very very high end.
Yes. It's not easy to come by, and I don't have much, but I share with kindness and generosity when I can.
A rich gift indeed. Thank you.
Of course. I'm a little overwhelmed with the opulence of your space, and I felt a little under-gifted to your hospitality.
Ah. It is a responsibility of those who are so blessed to occasionally be generous.
That is true.
I just want to check on this. If y'all are drinking, I'll drink, but I'm not taking the first sip.
I mean, I've already taken a sip. Like, I made it very clear that I was going to drink in sight of everyone so that no one thought anything of it.
Stoic still doesn't touch it.
I didn't even make it. An old friend of mine was kind enough to introduce me to it.
Yeah, very kind friend indeed.
Like a brother.
So Dash, I feel like we've been building a good relationship in these conversations. I feel I've gotten to know you a little bit. Feel a little more relaxed and at ease. With that being said, I feel like we're at a stage now where we can lay all of our cards on the table.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna pull Bear, Harvey, to the side and just give him like the very short, like, this is what's happening, this is the agreement. Are you on board, yes or no?
late, but sure.
I think so, yes. You've told me many entertaining stories. I only wish they were true.
So, since we're laying everything out there, you're the prince, aren't you?
I appreciate that. That was my question.
Roll a persuasion check.
Yes. I think I'm actually kind of persuasive.
I think you are.
You're very deceptive.
It should be an 18.
18.
My memory serves. Yes.
Persuasion? Yep. Let's see.
Well, I think the first and most pertinent question as my guest is, who are you?
To answer that question, we'll need to make a quick stop.
We can make him run just a little longer.
I'm not making White Claw run any longer.
What's happening?
I already told you.
Yeah, but I didn't know we were telling like everything.
You're like a member of the board.
You,
I don't know where we're at.
we should speak not as equals, but as that reflects our station. We are in fact from Crondia, but we are not simple merchants. We're not sell swords, but we do favors for the royalty of Crondia.
Favors is a strong word.
Well,
We get paid to do work. Stop and we'll tell you.
God, it makes it sound dirty.
Stop and we'll tell you.
My stop?
One of our own is back there, losing ground very quickly.
He's new.
You can interrogate him when he comes.
Oh,
He will come with no problem.
He hasn't been traveling with us as long as the rest of us have, so he's still kind of learning the ropes.
You said that's a no smile.
I see. He kind of like regards you for like a long moment, and he nods to the kind of older woman servant who's just kind of standing by, and you know, he nods to her, and she turns and walks to the doorway of the tent and kind of leans out, and you can hear her kind of calling to the guards, and eventually, and interestingly, this is the first time you notice that it feels like you can feel slight movements in this area, but like it's also been smoothed out a lot. But you do
The
eventually.
suspension is really good on this
that's
scorpion.
Magical suspension.
Like something in this space has been evened out, not completely eliminated, but you eventually do feel it still.
A lot of memory foam.
We appreciate that very much.
There's a group from Carandia, like was mentioned, who have seen great evils in that land. That group has a name. The name is the Folly. We are that group. And I take out my
Still got your coin.
My-
Defenders of the
Defenders
realm.
of the realm point.
Defenders of the realm.
Defenders. That's
Yeah.
the word I was looking for.
is the term, yes. I show mine as well. Just to show that you have more than one.
Three of you match the description I've heard of such a group, but not two of you, I think.
Take it off.
You said you wanted to go to Tiratha to learn about it, gain your opinion on it. The prince is interested in bringing Tiratha back into the fold, as it were. Less of a city-state and more of a city amongst its country. What is your opinion of tieflings?
I suppose about the same as elves or dwarves or gnomes or humans.
It's okay.
I'm gonna drop the.
So you take off the circlet. Okay. You're gonna watch you see his head kind of tilt with like, you think curiosity as watching the effect happen and change back to your tiefling form and oh, greetings, sister.
Greetings. Ah. I won't lie, it was very weird to talk the way that I was talking. Human mouths are very unusually shaped.
Deception is a hard thing.
Miss Gandhi.
Were you disguised at all?
Well, yeah, I was in commoner's clothes, and it's like, I need to go to the little boy's room for a hot minute.
Immediately into easy
And,
access.
and I go in there and I'll change into my blue robes and come out and go, it's much better as well. I like this a lot more than these cheap commoner's clothes.
What are your true names?
My name is Easy. As it fits. At your service.
Stoic.
Sanoa.
Asura.
Bear with me. And I'll like avoid eye contact as I say the name.
Easy, stoic, Zenoa, Asura, and bear with me. And bear as he says your name.
Oh yeah. Again, avoid eye contact.
Well then, I suppose I will properly introduce myself as well. You're not very good liars, but you do seem to be somewhat perceptive. I am Prince Deshrian de Amatra, heir to the Tsar. Pleased to meet you.
You as well. As well.
That's where we'll take a break.
Desharian? What's his full name?
So I'll put it in slide.
Okay.
It's a mouthful.
I was hoping his middle name would be Bored, last name Confessional.
That's such a stupid joke. It's so funny. Yes.
I feel vindicated. I don't know why.
I approve.
I've been holding out for like hours. It's like eating away. As soon as I dash, like dashboard confession. Oh man. That's the way my brain turns, unfortunately.
All right.
Oh man.
Take a quick break and come right back to continue on.
All right.
Ay, ay, ay.
Be right back.
Ay, 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 ay.
All right, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. So, as your host properly introduces him as Prince Deshrian de Amatra, the heir to the Tsar, the throne of Rakka. Pleased to properly meet you.
Yeah. Thank you for
Indeed.
telling us that.
Appreciate you taking the time to take strangers on into a situation that I'd say is quite risky for your sake.
Well, my guards are certainly not happy about it, but
It's not so risky when you have a man like him in your corner. And I look at the man dressed in black.
well, indeed, he is quite formidable.
Do I recognize anything about this guy?
I don't think you would. This is
Okay.
very specific to Rakka.
Okay.
I'll message. Well, never mind. I can't talk to Sarah. I'm talking to White Claw.
I'll send a message.
Okay.
We're stopped. Keep going.
Thank God.
By this time, it'll still take you a bit to catch up.
Oh, yeah. I'm there from like an hour.
Gotcha.
But
So-
I'll say we told him everything. So
Now I am especially interested what Karandia's leadership wants in Al Rakka.
As we said, we are
In for a penny, in for a pound.
sell swords,
Yes, working for the royalty.
not just royalty. We work for anyone who needs a strong set of arms.
Basically, we're originally from Karandia, but we find ourselves here coming from Lyrindale. We were sent north to investigate to see if they had also been having troubles with the undead.
And all the strange things that have been happening in this country.
While there, we realized that the unity is not as unified as one might think. And despite what rumors you've heard, the resistance is a lot deeper and stronger than the people would like to let on.
Yeah, at this, you see him finally kind of like sit up from his kind of sprawled position. And how do
Okay.
you know this?
We've made contact.
Contact. How so?
Well, it doesn't take long to meet the right people.
I was under the impression that was very untrue of this particular group.
Well, it seems, though none of us are followers of Vixie, luck seems to be more on our side than we might give it credit for. I believe that's the same luck that happened to you upon us.
And so you made contact with the rebellion.
We did.
Indeed.
And
They could use a little help. They find themselves a little lacking in the weapon supply. What interest do you have in Lyrindale?
well, they are our enemy.
It's been a very long war.
But not all of Lyrindale is your enemy.
Well, they are one nation.
I don't know if I'd quite define them that way. There are many there that don't like the way it's currently ran. I would say it may not be two equal countries, but there's a country of two differing opinions.
It sounds
Continue.
like that sounds like you would not prefer the people. From what we've heard.
Well, they are not to my taste, but I am not one who thinks. You know, I'm not a Targonian. I'm not one who thinks I know better than all the other nations. If this is how they want to run their country, it is their country to run. I'm not sure I care what happens within their borders. I care what happens with the border along ours and the war that has ravaged those lands for generations.
We are obviously not emissaries of the country's ruling parties. We are merely doing a job. But from what we can, or at least what I can discern, it feels as though the people are less likely to open the floor for a negotiation of peace, that the rebellion would be more inclined to want to engage with. And as much as I know that our people are a strong people, a resilient people, it feels like this war is just going to keep going. And what do we gain from a constant stalemate? Rather friends than enemies, yes?
That's a difficult thing. Very, very difficult. What you say sounds so easy. But when a war has helped define two nations, I'm not entirely certain peace is possible. Who even remembers what started this war? Who even remembers the beginning of this endless chain of vengeance? All we know is the death and suffering we faced at each other's hands. And some will never let go of that.
Some may not. But a man who sees the future for what it could be, and not the past for what it always was, can help leverage that change.
I would not say these ideas too loudly while you're in this country.
I will say them loudly while I'm in this tent. For you yourself have already said you are a man of vision.
Still risky. I do have the authority to.
If you could see the war come to an end, would you?
It is a question I've turned over on many a nights. Much of our country has become defined by this war, and much economy defined by it as well. One cannot simply cease something which a good percentage of the economy is dependent on. It is well, I mean, have you ever been sailing?
For a short time.
If you had paid attention, you would know that it is not a small thing to turn a ship. It takes much work and it takes time. And a country is much bigger than a ship, I think. If you were to suddenly have peace, a lot of the country wouldn't know what to do, and much of the economy would fall apart, and therefore the nation would be in danger.
I never
Such
said it was going to
things-
be easy.
Well, it is much the same thing as if, say, one wanted to abolish slavery. It's not something that can be done quickly. It must be done slowly and cleverly.
But it seems it's still a mission you're willing to take up.
To be honest, I am undecided. It is a difficult question, and I myself have fought in those fields and seen the devastation. It is not a pretty thing. I will say, however, I am probably one of the few at court that is at least willing to see the possibility of opportunity for economic opportunity beyond war. That perhaps well, perhaps the Lyrindale of old would have been better to trade with, I think. But Lyrindale as it stands, I'm not certain I'm not certain peace with such a place would stand, and Lyrindale certainly seems to think itself better than everybody else, and I think would not let peace stand.
Well, the people won't. But should the opportunity ever come, that you are negotiating with a far more intelligent group of individuals. That country has amazing resources. So does ours. Sure, you will lose one economy at the end of a war, but you can very easily gain another when opening trade routes, as we have seen when trade routes come from other locations. This country is built on trade. The trade routes are the veins of this desert.
One of you roll a persuasion check.
My persuasion is not as high as I only have a +4 to persuasion.
Yeah, I'll roll it.
You got a stroll.
19.
Pretty strong.
It is something to think about.
That's all
But
we ask.
much depends on things outside of my control.
Outside of any of ours.
I mean, the people, whatever you think of them, they are strong. Overthrowing them, I think, is no small thing, I think.
It is not, but if there's one thing we've seen plenty of, that's fighting. And we've learned to gauge a good fight when we see one. And
It doesn't take many to overthrow something far greater.
if I had to put my money on anybody in that fight, it would be the rebellion.
Well, that is quite a thing, staring down the sword of the Ribby Judge or the wits of General Cray. And many others. Not to mention whatever machinations the court wizard comes up with to aid them.
I will admit the Ruby Judge was quite intimidating.
Just gonna name drop that.
Yep.
Yes, King Morthag has done very well to arm himself with competent people.
Sycophants, you mean?
As it seems as many of them are true believers, yes. Not to mention the war of a different kind that their leader Tilwyn wages outside of the battlefield. Possibly more important.
Which war is that?
Of words. Beliefs. You don't need chains to hold someone captive with thoughts.
I see it no different than our country. Our country was founded on the myth, the legends, the stories.
Yes. Though we are allowed to think of them as myths and legends, not something that is going to show up in our village and take us all away.
Some of those myths became pretty real.
Still, as long as Morthag is on the throne and he surrounds himself with these people, I am not certain there's much to be done from my end.
Well, would you have any interest in deposing those people? Not for yourself to rule, but if you were able to aid the rebellion, would that opportunity interest you?
Whatever you are, and you see his eyes kind of fall as Sarek finally enters, assuming you...
Yep. After I give White Claw some rations and Riverhead and thank you.
catch up at this point. Yeah, they have been warned and coming. Enter the tent, and you see this huge display.
Of opulence, yep.
And as he's saying, whatever you are, you're not sellswords. That is correct.
Yep.
I'll pull out my holy symbol. Just let it hang.
Sarek, you look a little ragged.
Oh, okay.
I feel a bit more bad for White Claw than me. I was just riding.
Oh, is she okay?
I think so. You might want to give her a chance to rest a little bit.
I think I'll send her back to the Feywild.
Yeah.
I think we're okay here. I'll dismiss her. Send her
You
back.
should be fortunate. If we had spotted you, they probably would have killed you.
And there was definitely a reason why I didn't want to be spotted.
Well, we were having a heart-to-heart, as it were.
I've heard, well, I haven't heard specifics, but I heard that we've come clean, that we're being truthful and honest.
Zarek, meet the prince of this country. That's Sharian.
Wow. Standing before royalty.
And you are?
Sarek. Not royalty.
I see.
Of Lyrandil.
Of Lyrandil.
Well, that's where I was, yes.
But you're not from there.
No, no.
Where are you from?
Bloodpool.
Kingdom of Vampires, huh?
Got lots of monsters there.
Quite a collection of people.
You can imagine how much we stand out in a crowd.
Does make travel pretty difficult, actually.
So I do
Indeed, yeah.
apologize for the lies. You can understand our hesitancy to be our true selves around people, even well-intentioned ones.
Well, yes, you seem involved in clandestine activities.
As it were.
May I ask, so, you knew we were lying? For how long?
Like I said, you're not very good liars.
Fair.
Probably before I had an inkling before we left the ravine.
Okay. Why did you take us on? Why did you not attack us there or leave us stranded?
As I said, curiosity. You don't match the makeup of the typical brigands and banditry of this place.
While we've been chatting, I've slowly pulled out my notebook and have just been kind of doodling as we talk. And at some point, I'm going to write a message to Adris.
What was the yeah.
Yeah, we have direct communication to the leader
Sure
of the
do.
rebellion.
Sure do.
And I will just write, if there were any possibility to make an ally of the royalty in El Rakka, would you want that chance?
Okay. After a moment, as the rest of you continue to talk, you start to see appearing What are you talking about? I did not send you to the royalty of Rakka. I sent you on a very important mission to Tirata.
Yeah, bonus points, man.
We are still on mission. But we just happen to make a friend. And I would hate an opportunity like this to go to waste if it was one you were interested in.
Even if you could successfully make contact with them, how could I trust an Alrakan?
Ouch.
I think he would ask the same.
But this doesn't seem like very promising grounds for a partnership.
Then ask you this. When the rebellion wins, do you plan to continue this war with Rakka?
I don't plan anything. After my job's done. And you remember, he's explained before, he has no intention of doing anything after the rebellion's won.
Yeah, I know. Then I guess I'll let the prince know that you have no interest in an alliance. If we make contact.
I would much prefer that you focus on your mission as the straits continue to get more dire as time goes on here.
Understood. I'll close my book grumpily.
I quick check though. The 4th level is the one we need to get to, correct, for the arms deal?
No, the 7th.
7th. Oh, we didn't have to go. Why did I think we had to get up into the inner?
Because it goes up.
Oh, numbers go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, duh. So like 9th is the highest.
Highest
and
one, yeah.
One versus
Oh, we
lowest.
gotta go all the way to 7?
Mhm.
Yeah, we have to go all the way up to 7. That's why I need to see where we sit with him, because he can get us up to the 7th really
Well,
easy.
you have a contact that you're seeking out there.
Sure, but the contact is within the 7th, from what we've been told.
No, the contact is in the 4th.
Oh, that's why I wrote 4th.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out why 4th was so important to me.
Wait, so why don't we go to the 7th? If the contact's on the 4th.
No, the
That's-
contact that he
Get you to
just
7th.
directed you to is on the 4th.
Yeah.
That's going to get
Yes.
us to the 7th.
Yeah.
Where the arms deal is actually, that's where that is.
That's where the dealer is.
Yeah.
Nah,
All right,
they
good.
know, we
Since
know,
I
they
wrote
know,
the
they
number
know.
down, and then I was like, why is the 4th important?
Messers, messies.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Who's on first?
The prince just says, well, this is much to think about. Unfortunately, it's when you actually see what happens with rulership, it is never easy or simple, as many would believe it to be. And I have a responsibility. And I'm going to be a good Tsar, and I must do things that will make that so.
Having now left Rakka for a time to come back to it, the world feels like there is a lot more it has in common with each other than it doesn't. And though the specifics are unique to each landscape, I think the longer that this country this continent wants to keep its countries in isolation of one another, the easier it is for things darker and more destructive to bury itself inside of these lands.
Well, it's possible you're correct. And I'm certain as things if things continue to progress in such strange ways with the world, that it will be inevitable for someone to suggest unification on grander scales.
And I would hope that my country would be one that would be in a good standing in that place of leadership, should that day ever arise.
That depends. I have been a student of history and never seen such unification achieved without force.
There is still hope.
And I should hope so. a lot of unrest in the world. From us.
You said something interesting earlier. I believe you said the Ruby Judge would return to Rakka. Is that what you? Is she from here originally?
Well, if she returned to the battlefields with Rakka, that
Oh,
she had been pulled away from the south so that in order to deal with this rebellion. And
I see.
but if she returns and puts her full focus on the war, that's not a good sign for us, I think.
Yes, I misunderstood. She was fighting you before she was in the rebellion. Or fighting.
That's how she made her name.
Oh, really?
It's in the war, yes.
Do you know like what the story is? How she became known as the Ruby Judge?
It's more a string of stories. She's a very gifted warrior who's risen through the ranks and, has demonstrated great skill and a growing power that also seems to be of magical nature. And, I suppose anyone with someone as well connected a benefactor as Leader Tulwin is probably a lot easier, I think. But she made her name for vicious and ruthless combat and wise strategy. And
has she ever been known to warp people's minds?
well, I mean, what Lyrandilian of any power nowadays does not.
I more mean to control someone against their will.
Well, I think that's what the people does in some ways. But then if you mean of magical means, I do not know. I've not heard reports of it, but it's possible.
Then it would sound as though a well-oiled rebellion that continues to keep her out of the battlefields is a good one.
It's a point to consider.
I am not asking for you to be involved. However, I recognize this type of clandestine behavior can be heavily frowned upon and does not bode well if caught.
To say the least.
And you now know that we are engaging in an activity that is a bit on the grayscale. I am asking whether the prince would be a observer of the sands as opposed to observer of the swords. A blind eye, if you will.
It is an easy thing to say.
It is very easy to say.
But my involvement has implications in all sorts of ways that may not all be ones you want, but again, you've given me much to think about. And I shall think carefully as I do of all things.
I appreciate your consideration and the fact that you have not immediately shackled us or thrown us to your scorpion for consumption.
Not yet.
Give it time, I imagine. I've never seen a trap so big before.
Well, I'm going to do some work. Make yourselves at home.
Thank you.
My only
Thank you,
request Please do not speak our names yet. I do not know what comes ahead. I do not want to get you in trouble. But I also do not want to get them in trouble.
Well, and outside of the palace, I am merely Dash, a merchant of opportunity.
Well, Dash, merchant of opportunity. Enjoy the tea.
You see him walk over to another kind of larger desk, sort of near the sleeping area, where there's like a whole lot of papers and different things like that. And he starts kind of making his way through, and
I just like plop on the nearest cushion. I'm just like,
so you watch as the day progresses, and eventually the sun kind of lowers, and you can see through that kind of transparent wall. The sun eventually set, and night follows, but the temperature stays fairly similar within. You can see kind of large, kind of hanging braziers being lit.
Braziers.
Braziers.
all them titties.
I know. I was like, this dude's a player.
It's a robbery thing.
Listen, this country is known for its sensual pleasure.
I was gonna say, you got massage all.
Yeah.
It's it's one of those things where it's like you see it written. I've seen it written all my life reading fantasy novels, but then you never hear it pronounced out loud.
Yeah.
That's true.
How is it? Wait, hold on. How is it spelled? It's
Bashir?
Braziers, I
I
think.
think so.
Yeah.
Braziers?
I always heard braziers.
Braziers.
Yeah.
Like Brazier Crane?
To Brazier Crane?
I fired the
I'm listening.
Brazier.
Yeah.
Brazier, like
Yeah.
Frasier.
I like Brazier.
Yeah. Brazier Crane.
The man who was the OG podcaster when it was still radio.
That's right.
So, large hanging braziers are
All them titties.
lit by the servants, slowly and kind of very well lit and lighting the room all around. And they eventually do provide you kind of set off into an empty portion of the wall some what look like very cushy bedrolls for you guys. And just kind of basically say like, don't be afraid to wake us if you need anything. And they kind of just start making their way over to their area and settling in for the night.
I still want to keep watch.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Why did you not come out of hiding when me and Stoic came out of hiding?
Well, considering that the interaction that we had right before that one was, let's be diplomatic, and then we get attacked.
Right.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think it would hurt to have one person that would kind of stay back a little bit, because it didn't seem like they saw me.
So you purposely chose to, like, be left out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of a
Fail-safe.
safety outlet. Fail-safe, thank you, yes.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
We gotta get you a tattoo.
Yeah, I think you guys keep forgetting that I can't talk to you the same way. Like, I rely on Zenoa to send me a message. And that's, one-sided.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she gave the warning out loud.
Okay, what warning out
So
loud?
we're coming out.
You guys do realize that you were still giving a ruse.
Yeah, I know, but me and Stoic went out, and I mean, it makes sense that you were.
Because you got sawn. You were
Yeah.
perceived.
Yes.
I mean, we don't know.
I was still
Figured it
hidden.
out.
You were perceived.
They saw
That
you.
talk fucking
Yeah.
saw you.
No point in dwelling. It all worked out for the
Yeah,
best.
so.
That
Which
just remains to
I
be
also
seen.
forgot to say, you do see like a little area with like a perch, like with that hawk kind of sitting on
I
nearby.
love it.
Mm-hmm.
Do I? I'd like to walk over and speak to animals.
Mm-hmm.
How many of us did you see?
You hear like, it kind of looks at you like like just with like this little slight curiousness, but I see everything.
That's well and good, but we're kind of in the middle of an argument. And we'd really like to know if you saw all of us or just a few of us, and if so, which ones, because the other ones are awesome.
I don't care about your argument. You don't need to argue about it. I see everything.
This is all like birds,
Yeah.
speak, right? Okay.
I know a dragon you might get along with. And I walk back.
Yeah. Nice conversation.
You're squawking over there, yeah.
The bird says that she saw Sarek
You saw Sarah.
because she sees everything, but she just didn't tell him about them.
What?
I'm guessing because they didn't catch him.
Oh,
She says she saw him,
Oh,
and the rest of us.
Did she just say she saw me specifically, or did she say she sees everything? That's two different things.
I mean, why? It's bird speak, man. From what I can tell, she saw you.
Okay, fair.
He's
I don't think so.
playful birds, yeah.
Reminds me of a scaly friend we know.
It's anything that flies, you can't trust it.
I was keeping an eye out for her while I was losing you guys, and I didn't see her anywhere. So she's doing her
She's
own
going to
thing.
be upset regardless. If I bring her here, if she's out there, she's still going to be upset.
You tried like talking to her, and not like maybe not talking to, listening to her. Yeah, actually having
Talk
a
with her,
conversation.
not at her.
Yes.
It's interesting, yeah. You make it sound as if she wants to talk to me. That's the problem.
Maybe you gotta find the right questions to ask and say,
How
what
about
did I do wrong?
Oh, I enjoy you, Galaxis. Oh, goodbye. And she leaves.
What did I do to upset you?
Have you ever asked her
apologize.
opinion on things? What she thinks about things? Her view of the world? What matters most to her?
I think so. She's a pseudo dragon. I had to speak in pseudonyms. I don't know. I have no idea.
It's a trap. It's easy. It's a trap. Just. It's a trap.
No, this isn't a trap.
This is
You're riding a trap.
literally is a trap. If you guys are the experts on pseudo dragons, I'll let you talk to her once. See how you fare.
She and I have only had good conversations.
You could have any conversation you want with the pseudo dragon, Galaxis. She is not my only talk thing.
I'd also like to point out that I'm the only one who has ever ridden a drake, so
When did you ride a Drake?
when we were still in Larenthal.
What?
But
When did you do that?
when I was with my training.
Oh. Oh. Well, that's cool.
Same kind of drakes out here that these soldiers are on.
Well, not sand ones. This one was the one that could fly.
That's kind of
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Have we? I can't remember. Have we seen the Drake? I know he's sometimes invisible.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
No. You saw him because he's like landed in the middle of like the
Oh, okay.
like the work area before.
Gotcha.
Plus, you and I had a conversation about like, oh, that drake doesn't like me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, likes me well then.
Yeah.
When you talk about riding it, if you make eye contact with Zenoa, she will, like, trying to give you knowing eyes. Like,
Just gonna just quickly gaze away.
You get a little hue to your cheeks there, maybe.
Listen, yeah, a little magenta starts to pop up.
Well, I'm glad you're back with us.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Come find us. We didn't lose you in the desert.
I was pretty sure you were going to die out there.
There was a point. Yeah. Just like right after the caravan like disappeared just over the horizon, like, yep, this sucks. This is pretty awful. I mean, I kind of figured out how to track a little bit, so I was able to keep at least on the path, but yeah, not seeing anything for just all around you.
The vastness.
Not pleasant. Not pleasant at all.
Indeed, yeah.
Would not recommend that.
This is why we don't go out into the desert without a fucking caravan. Because the desert is infinite and will swallow you whole.
Yeah, how did that happen again? I know we made that deal, but how do we get placed in the middle of bumfuck Egypt?
Yeah. Also, like, who the fuck doesn't specify if we're going to get teleported somewhere? You specify where you want to be and who you want to be there.
Right. You made the deal, right? Wasn't it?
I mean, I made a deal to. Well, I remember if I made one deal or two deals, like specifics, or like, yeah, I made a deal.
Maybe a concept of 2 deals.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think there were a couple of deals involved.
I mean, we weren't there. We didn't hear what you said. What did you tell her?
I mean, there was a deal. There was something given. Yeah, I gave her something, and
What did you give her?
I mean, apparently something good enough to get a deal made. Yeah,
What? To make 2 deals?
I think so. I feel like it was 2 deals.
Is that 2 different things you gave her?
Must have been.
How do you not remember?
Oh,
What else don't you remember?
I just imagine Stoic doing the same things. Like, what else don't you remember?
Yeah, I paused because that question's not going to go anywhere.
What else don't you remember?
What don't you know?
What don't you know?
Everything.
Everything.
You don't feel like you have blank spaces in your memory? Gaps in time?
I mean, probably no more than anyone else. I mean, no one remembers every
Sure.
specific thing of their life.
True,
Yeah.
Sora gets real quiet for a second. Just like, nope.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Did Dish tell us that he would take us to the 4th level? Or the 7th level? No?
I don't think you said either.
Tirata, he just said he'd get us to Tirata.
Did he tell us where we are?
On the road to Tirata.
As was away, yeah.
So, I kind of look around the group. I pull out my notebook, and I turn to the page where I was writing with Idris, and I, without speaking a word, let them look at the text so they know what Idris' feelings are,
Okay.
but without speaking it aloud to draw attention.
I always imagined that it was like you write down, the text disappears, and then like basically the Harry Potter.
Tom Riddle.
Yeah, I can make it disappear.
Okay.
At least in my mind, because it doesn't specifically say the
Okay.
spell. So in my mind, like, since it doesn't clarify,
Stays
it'd be
I
there
would say
until
you could clear it if you want.
Yeah, like I can clear it if
It's
I
like an
want, but,
Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I just get you to shake it in a good way.
but that conversation I would have tried to let stay for a little bit because that was my
Yeah.
intent, was to show you guys.
Yep, so we can all interpret ourselves. Ah.
A lot of distrust.
Sure.
Indeed.
Like Desh said, this has been a war that has been raging for as long as memory remembers there was one.
Mm-hmm.
The source, the kernel of that explosion, that fire that started it all is kind of lost.
Speaking of things not easily forgotten, you kissed easy.
You did.
What?
Yeah.
Was my back turned when that happened, or did I see it?
You were out of the room.
You were getting your back checked on, I think. Your hip checked on, right?
With your passive perception, I'd say you probably did see it, at least from a distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna act unbothered by it.
Look, I'm sorry. I just thought it would help.
It worked. It was quite
It's
the
very
cruise.
believable. Yeah.
I believe it.
Just didn't know you had it in you.
I mean, just if you had to rate it, like 1 to 10, what do you think?
We're not having this conversation. Ever again. So drop it. Or you'll find a guiding bolt up the end.
Okay. Sure.
I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's quite alright. We were playing a part,
Yep, and we're done now.
and we did
Yeah.
swimmingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Swimmingly is a strong word to describe the lack of skills in this deception.
Pretty sure I was perfect on. And deceiving Dash. She was
All right. that's
eating
it all.
every word of our
You're the
beautiful.
one that named him ethanol.
Yeah. It was funny, yes.
Fire
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Fire man.
Man blows up at inappropriate times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I guess he does blow up. I don't know if I'd call it blow up, but he has outbursts.
Sometimes, yeah. I know how to heat certain things up when I need to. Like our romance. Sorry. Just we're not playing the party outside.
If you stabbed or punched him, I wouldn't oppose
yeah.
to it.
I'm going to bed before this turns violent.
I feel like she usually can carry herself well, but she's feeling uncomfortable. Like, visibly. I think she's just gonna walk up and, like, walk away. Like, walk to the kitchen with that random guy or something. I don't know. She's gonna walk away.
Fair enough. Finally got a little crack in there.
I'm gonna also
Still
walk away
figuring it out.
because I'm just like, this is okay.
Yeah, I've just rolled over. I'm flying in one of the bed thingies.
So we're doing a watch.
I don't know. I like this bedroll. Is there any geese in Rakka? This is very plush.
Are you
Is that rocking geese?
are you poking fun at Stoic?
No.
Goose feather.
Goose feather pillows.
Okay.
Oh, the smell?
Yeah, I was like, that's a really weird thing to make fun of.
What is this? This is
I was there with you. I was
That's
there with
right.
I thought it was a multi-layered joke. Like,
No, it was legitimately me just trying to figure out why. How can they find feathers this soft in the desert?
Do you guys want watches then?
probably.
I think we
Okay.
should, but
Indeed, yeah.
I'm still exhausted. I'm not going to be able to do a watch tonight.
Don't worry, I'll stay up. No.
I can too.
Same here.
Same.
Indeed, yeah. I will as well.
Sure.
What order are you going in?
I can go first.
Okay, I'll go second.
I'll take last.
Okay,
Okay. Same class.
sounds good.
1, 4.
So,
Yeah, but our least perceptive person probably needs backup.
Well, these two people have no perception.
Yeah, so so being together is helpful.
so eventually you see, you can see via the window that the scorpion does come to a stop at some point, especially as it starts to get cold. And it doesn't sit down, it just stops and just kind of chills. And you do see, periodically, you'll see glimpses of the Drake riders occasionally kind of making patrols around. And they seem to take turns and kind of similar to you, like in watches and things like that. But the night pretty much progresses without too much issue. You can see that the older servant gets up first and does a few like preliminary work before she wakes up. She wakes up the prince and the kind of younger girl with by younger she's probably, you'd guess, around 18 or so, with kind of shorter hair. And then she goes back to her work, and the prince and the girl with the shorter hair actually go outside.
Because I was on fourth watch, I'm up for this.
Mhm.
Can I see each of their tattoos and see like what their situation was?
Make a perception check.
That's gonna be a perception is. It's gonna be 14. No, 15. I can math that, promise.
It's hard to tell for sure from a distance, but from what you're seeing, they all seem to bear the same symbol.
But all it's like one person. They don't have multiple chains.
As a note, now that you know things, you recognize it's like a royal, it's like their family symbol, the Deamatra symbol, which you might have seen occasionally, very rarely growing up, but it's like it was like a passing thing, but you know, that's the symbol you're seeing, so.
But all of them have a single chain link.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna watch her and him leave.
Okay. Are you following them, or are you just?
No, I'm just kind of observing them.
Okay. Well, they just leave, and you actually see that they're both carrying swords as they walk out.
So they go out like to train.
You know, it's not like you just watch them exit, and after about 15 minutes or so, you start hearing the sounds of swords clashing.
Is there a way that I can kind of like peer out a little bit more, or is there a better view somewhere?
If you want to go by the door, sure.
Yeah.
Or go outside, or however.
Yeah,
you want.
I'll just like kind of get out just outside the tent and kind of see what's going on.
Okay, like out on the steps or down the steps, or.
Yeah, just like I want to get kind of like an above view.
Okay.
Kind of get a vibe for what they're doing.
Yeah. So as you step out and watch them, you know, they are faced off on each other and are definitely engaged in a duel of some kind. And as you step out, you see him going, no, your grip is all wrong. And she, you know, kind of gets this irritated look on her face, and she just kind of snarls and is like, you won't be saying that with this sticking out of your belly. And she like thrusts at him like kind of wildly like forward, and he just kind of smoothly sidesteps and like does this motion right down near the hilt and knocks the sword out, and he says, and of course not, I'll be saying it with it in the sand. And you just kind of see him continuing to give a very clearly untrained fighter instructions, and you can see he moves with a lot of grace, he moves with a lot of balance, like he's very trained. And you know, he just has a very particular thing that he's trying to convey, and he's saying like, you must hold it in such a way as to move with dexterity and grace, for flexibility and speed, but instantaneously powerful, to block any strike or slash through any hide or armor. Grace and power. Such is the true warrior. And you just see them kind of continuing to spar for a little while as the sun, you start seeing color in the horizon as the sun gets near rising.
I want to slowly make my way down to like get closer to this little moment of combat between the two of them.
Sure. So as you kind of get closer, you see her kind of glance at you a couple times, and like a little bit of nervousness, which is suddenly met by like a sort of very gentle, broad face slap on her face with the sword, and it's like, focus on the sword in front of you and nothing else. And all of this is super calm for him. He's not even out of breath. Like, he's just very in control and very, but that just makes her ticked off, and she just kind of thrusts wildly at him again. And it's like she seems very hot-tempered and very fierce but unrefined. And she continues, and eventually the older woman steps out and kind of steps up beside you, is also watching with a couple of towels on her arm and some water. And he eventually finally is like, all right, it's enough today. Now it's time to read. And the girl's like, what is the point? I hate those stories. And he's like, just with his patience, he's like, They tell us much. Every warrior is secretly an artist inside. A poet, a songstress, a painter. We tell our stories in blood and bravery. But the heart pounds the same. There is no artist who feels any more than a true warrior. We are all bards of a different kind. Go. She suddenly kind of it's interesting, she kind of recovers back into this mode of deference, and she gives him a bow and takes one of the towels and goes back up the stairs inside, where you guys see her re-enter and kind of wash off and clean herself up. And you hear the older woman, as the prince approaches, she's she says, "You indulge her tongue too much." And the prince kind of grins at her. He's like, perhaps, but I would have her tongue be strong if that is what would best suit her. Simply needs to be tamed, not cut out. And you just tell the older woman doesn't like the way he's allowing her to talk while they're sparring and that sort of thing.
Are you as good with a knife as you are with a blade?
It's not my preferred weapon, but then again, neither is a sword.
Your preferred weapon is?
Much more preferent spears and things of that nature. The longer weapons.
Wider reach. Don't get too close.
Well, they're flexible for both,
That is
if
true.
you know how to wield. And I do.
I will admit the spear is not something I have ever handled.
Well, you should give it a try.
I prefer being much farther away or much closer.
Well, we all develop a style that works for us.
Perhaps you and I should spar sometime.
I would certainly be willing.
I would be able.
Well, perhaps we can before... For now, I have some work to do.
I understand.
He takes the towel and is wiping off as he walks back in. Are you actually gonna try? You want to actually try to spar with him at some point?
Yeah, at some point, I'd like to.
Okay.
Get my ass properly kicked.
Okay. We can do that. You do travel like this, though. For a couple more days.
So we were nowhere near close.
Based on what I can gather now on distance, and obviously we're traveling quickly, and from proximity of the sun, and where were we in the desert?
You were. So with some kind of talk with him and the servants and the whatever, you're able to gather. You're probably, because you had traveled east for a bit, that you were not too far off from what is essentially the center of Rakka.
Oh my gosh.
So
We would have been traveling for a very long time.
Yeah.
We were
On
in the
foot. We would've-
center of the country.
Yeah, we would have died in that desert.
I mean, that makes sense.
I mean-
If you say take me to Rakka and you don't specify a point,
Right in the middle.
right in the middle,
That
that is
enjoy the
exact.
suffering.
Oh, that's true
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
It's true,
That damn hag.
worst.
Yep.
Turtle
So-
hags.
But he continues to talk, as time goes on, he engages you in different conversations about, he is a very curious person. He likes, you as you talk to him, he seems very educated and knows a lot of what he's read and been taught, but he's also very curious to get to, what he calls the life of a country. So, if he's talking about different regions of whatever you're willing to share of where you're from, he wants to know what it's really like for someone living there, as opposed to just what he's read in histories and diplomacy and different things like that.
Man of the people.
Yeah, sort of, or at least intellectually curious. And you never get the he never drops that arrogance. Like, he feels like he is wise and trying to get wiser, and like that in and of itself is something to be proud of. And like, he is like, it's this air of like, you know, like, I'm going to understand things most people don't about this country. You know, just things like that. You have a lot of that kind of air going on. Like, you never see that. You never see anything that shows like that he's not cocky. He's definitely got a lot of that still going on. You know, and he does, you know, at one point, you know, kind of share with you bits of news of, you know, just things he is aware of at the moment. You know, he still gets news and sends messages here and there as connection permits whenever he's traveling, that he is, yeah, he's kind of left to kind of explore in disguise, so to speak, which makes it a little bit easier for him to travel than with like a full regiment like he's supposed to. You know, because he does want to understand the country better than what most people who never leave the capital do.
At some point, we would have asked him about Rakka and the level system.
Tiratha?
Tiratha, thank you. And the level system, and unless you already know that information of like what bars us from going up levels
Oh, I know exactly what bars us.
and how to get past it.
Sure, I can tell you. I know that basically there is mobility up until you get to like what would be like the fifth. What was it? The
The
fourth and
barrier
fifth.
between the 4th and 5th.
Yeah. So basically, the lower tiers have some ease of mobility. I was basically a street urchin kid, so I knew all the like tunnel pathways to get between them. So like I never went through any of the doorways because I never needed to. But there's a lot more ease of mobility. But once you get to the 4th into the 5th, then you basically need to appear to be someone who should be there. Like that's when suddenly they start asking you like what number you are. So like the higher up you are, you'll be like, I'm 9th, I'm 8th, I'm 7th, I'm 6th. And that would already be a boon to you if you are part of the family on one of the circles. So if you have like your thing that says you're part of the family, they're gonna let you in.
Is there an ID?
That's what I was wondering.
Sort of, it's
I
not
was gonna
quite an
see
ID.
if Merchant Boy had
It's not so much an ID as like you know the thing to say, like you know the family to say, and that gets you through, or you know the bribe to give. Like you just would bribe your way in if you don't have a family or a connection directly. Like that's the big things that are like it's every circle of level is different and is run by a different family, and the higher families all kind of have like a truce with one another. Like they're all they want all of the upper level to be good, so you're not going to bring anybody in that's going to cause problems. So each family manages that.
Yeah, and to be specific, it's not one family per level. It's like there are multiple families, but they all like so like especially in the upper circles.
It's a class system.
Yeah, well, in the upper circles, there's also a little bit of like concern for maintaining their own balance of power, so not causing trouble. That you know.
Well, then never mind. She talked me out of it. I was going to ask him for a boon of some kind that might buy us favor in town, but it sounds like none of that matters.
Well, and if you ask him, he's probably a little resistant because he's not wanting to play the prince there.
Yeah, but I figure as a merchant, he still has to have sway.
Well, and I'll also tell them too about the fact that because they're foreigners, like they aren't seen as part of the numbered system. Like they're considered.
Yeah, it's explained to you that you guys kind of hold a strange place, which is technically speaking, first level, which is like none.
Yeah.
But also as foreigners, acknowledge that you're sort of outside the system. So you, in their eyes, you are the bottom level, but in your eyes, you're also sort of outside of it. So you're kind of in this weird in-between place where you're typically treated with a little bit more respect until at least respect, with air quotes, as like they're not going to be aggressive to you in the same way they would somebody of a lower level.
Sure.
You also learn circle, level, and layer are typically interchangeable terms. There's some subtlety into how they use it, but
Okay.
And that what number you are really, really matters.
yeah, the number is the biggest factor. Then within that number, it gets more complex as the different families, which family is also a very loose term there, and typically refers to more of what you might consider more of a crime organization
Yeah,
Right.
That's what I figured.
than
Yep.
anything else.
Gotcha.
And then I will also explain when the prince is not around, that you'll notice that some of the people here have tattoos and what they mean. So like you'll see basically like a link chain and then an emblem within it, and that emblem represents the master, like the family.
It's like a family seal.
Yeah, and so, but there's also a blank spot in the chain. So if I'll just in character I'll just be like, so there is a concept of basically paying for your freedom, but it is it's not that you are making the money to pay. It is that you will always have the coin available to you to give back to your master, should you ever decide you no longer wish to be within their service anymore. So when you are tattooed, you are given a coin, and you carry that coin with you.
They can earn it. So
They'll earn the coin.
the tattoo represents slavery and who owns you. Well, at least in Rakka, most of the time it's pretty common for most masters have a way for you to eventually, it's called earning your coin, which basically is like a way to buy your freedom over time. It could take a long time, could take a short, it's somewhat subjective to the master. In Tiaratha, it's pretty common to ignore that. But what happens is that once they do, they're given a coin, and they can choose to either just hold on to it and stay a slave, or they can give it back to their master and get a key tattooed in place of the next link. Or it's like a little blank space in the emblem that they'd be able to get a key, and that represents their freedom.
Okay.
Which is also why tattoo artists are highly controlled artistry in Rakka.
So like the more links you see with the more emblems, it means the more masters that individual's had in their lifetime. But it's different than how Shiggorath handles theirs, which is with the collar, and that is a very different system. But you will see it a lot in Tiaratha. You don't get to leave where you were born without making a lot of sacrifices. And one of those ways is to put yourself into a position of being owned. And Tiaratha has great laws that govern the maintenance of a healthy relationship between the master and their slave. It's not... I kind of like look around to make sure like no one can really see. It is not something I am comfortable with.
Do you have a tattoo?
No, I didn't run up the levels, I ran out to the desert. Which is a different sort of choice. Many people end up being tattooed because the risk of dying in the desert scares them more than the risk of being in servitude but comfortable, in a sense. What's worse is when you see a key and then you see a chain again. It means that they bought their way out and then didn't make it and wanted their way back in. You don't see many of them, but when you do, it breaks your heart to see it.
It wouldn't be possible to have two tattoos at the same time. There's one master, right?
Sure, but every link you would just add
But
into it.
it wouldn't be free. I mean, they wouldn't have more than one master, is what I'm asking.
Simultaneously?
Right.
Probably not. Or at least I've not seen it. I guess it depends on if they are from a family and if the family is doing some sort of joint venture, but that is not really... You would not be tattooed for a joint venture. But that is why I was bringing the kids out of the city when I was young. I didn't want to see them get their tattoos.
This place sounds lovely.
That's what we're walking into.
Indeed.
Is there any one of us that would be at higher risk for something like that based on who
Me.
we are?
I would be at the most risk. Because you are not native to this land, the likelihood of you getting snatched in Tirata by a Tiratian, not very high. Now, if there were somebody outside of, not native to this land who wanted to snatch, they can snatch anybody they want. I don't really know if there is a who is more likely to be kidnapped in the night type of person. But it's not like you'll just disappear and then one day have a tattoo. It's a process. And there is an agency in it, at least in Tarata, that is not real agency. You're making the choice because you don't have many others. But it's most cases you're not walking in blind to that decision. Just the power is not in your favor.
So we don't have to fear looking over our shoulder, yeah. Like see,
Absolutely, we should fear looking over our shoulder every second of every day.
So yeah, like
And
see,
get at that.
like the other
In regards
tiefling that attempted to.
No, in regards to just somebody might snatch your purse in the night. Honestly, you should fear the children more than anyone else. The Bulicha do not have any fear. They will grab anything that is dangling on your person. If it means coin, or food, or shelter for the night.
Gotcha.
And more importantly, you should fear the families. Make an enemy with one, they come for you. Make an enemy with more than one, the city wants you out. Because you can be barred not only from a circle, but from the whole city. You don't make friends, but you don't make enemies.
Are you going to go as the Sura, or are you going to go as Rose when we go in?
I don't know if I can be a Rose again. I think the diadem just randomly assigns.
Oh, but are you going to go as a Sura, or are you going to put on the diadem and be a human?
I don't know. More, it's not that I fear being a tiefling walking into my home country. I fear being purple walking into my home country. Especially after the one person got away and that giant tiefling man said that there was a bounty out for anyone who looked like me. Not just me specifically, or at least from what I gathered.
No one said anything to you when you were a child about color.
I mean, there was some, of the older aunts who would say some nasty things about me, just because there aren't many of us, and I've never seen another one like me. But it's not like there was real rumors about purple in specific. It's like they just don't know why. And we are rare, I guess, or at least I have not seen. So I can only speak to my own experience that we are rare, which means we are desired, because we are unusual. I was more afraid that I was going to be grabbed to be brought to one of the more sensual establishments because of my uniqueness. I feared that the most, because that would have probably happened to me. It happens to some of the other girls. Well, people, not just girls, but the people who look unique, who have unusual colorations. There was one girl that was with me when I was really little. She was much older than me. She actually had two different colors. She was mostly red, but she'd have these strange splotches that started to grow on her skin. And as she got older, they got more and more. And they were this beautiful, sapphire color. It was so unusual to see this, bright, vibrant blue in her red tones. And she one day just was gone. And a couple months later, one of the other kids said that she was standing in front of one of the establishments. She definitely looked like she'd been there a little while. This country is known for its deference to the arts and the mystical and the sensual.
I don't think any of us would blame you if you wanted to not be purple. But if you want to remain yourself, we won't let you get taken. We will come find you and bring you back with us.
There's a lot of dangers in a very tiny city. It's a big city, but it is so small.
Just don't run off without us.
That too, yeah.
I don't think I could anymore.
So what is our plan, yeah? If we do find the right person, get to the right place, what happens then? Do we take the weapons with us in a caravan and start going to Lairndale?
Well, no, we're not shipment. We're reopening
Yeah.
the
Lanes.
trade routes.
We're finding out why the shipment stopped and then clearing
Indeed,
whatever's
yeah.
stopping it.
But
Whatever obstacle that might be.
we have to go un-obstacle.
Yeah.
Clear the dam in the river.
Asia said, like, do whatever you can to make them happy, right? Like, not whatever you can, but he said pretty much.
Yeah, I tried to get him to pick a number. He wouldn't
Yeah.
give me one.
It's not. Basically, we can't walk away with a no.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
But
So it's
we
gonna be
can't
much
promise the
more
world either.
Well, it's gonna be more important to know what they want,
Mm-hmm.
not what we can give, but what they need.
But I have quick reference to ask him if we think the deal's too high, so.
That's fair. I don't know if we should try and lie or not.
It's proven to not be very helpful
That's my opinion.
so far.
I don't know, I'm very good at lying.
Are you?
So are you.
No.
I think a certain level of honesty will probably go a long way.
Indeed.
Try to be persuasive. Try to be civil and diplomatic. And then if that goes nowhere, go for a different route, different tactic.
Sure.
I really wish we had the prince in our corner.
Hmm.
It would help.
I wouldn't want to drop his name, but certainly I'd want to have leverage.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
It's a lot to ask. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to ask it of him, but I hope that he is wise enough to see opportunity, as he says he is.
We'll just have to stand on our own name.
Which one?
I mean, the word of that battle and the word of the Folly is spreading.
Yeah.
We're not completely unknown.
Sure, but if we tie the name of the Folly to the rebellion of Lyrandil, that changes the tone pretty quickly.
I know. We've a couple of times they've spotted us just because we were one elf, one half orc,
Yeah.
one goliath. They know our features.
I'm not saying that we tie the rebellion. They already know. I'm more saying like we have a reputation to be players in the game of politics, and we also have known to be sellswords. And I hate the term as much as you do, but it's a lot easier to explain our connection to the rebellion as money. Because people believe that.
Sure, but our name comes with more than just for sale. There is a morality to our name.
There is.
Why would this contractor, if they ask us, why are we the ones on this mission? Like, we're getting paid to get negotiate. It just gets kind of confusing at that point.
No, we're getting paid to go figure out why they're not getting their supplies.
Why did he not send someone who's more trusting to the rebellion? We're just sellswords.
Well, we have a contact that we will meet when we get there.
Because it's fucking hard to get here, Bear.
Yeah, we're bodyguards. Like, yeah, I'm with you. That bodyguards, we're hired muscle for sure, but someone's got to be the negotiator.
Well, that makes sense.
Is this a place that, if you start name dropping the Folly, that they're going with a notch in their belt, like, oh, that's someone big, let's take them down, kind of thing?
The likelihood of the Folly being known in Tirata, I don't know, is very high.
It's probably
Tirata
just
is
very
much more
nice.
concerned with itself.
So not going to be much help name dropping anything in general anyway.
No, but being from Carandia and being well known in Carandia, it might buy us a little bit of leverage.
Tirata does not care about Carandia. Tirata does not care about any country if it is not a means to better
money.
trade.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sounds like Taratha doesn't even care about Rakka. They care about
Not
Taratha.
really. I mean, Rakka cares about Tirata so far as Rakka not meddling in Tirata's business.
Sure.
Does the Tsar, does he have sway in the city?
In Tirata?
Yeah.
I mean, he is the Tsar.
Right. So, yes.
I mean, does the current royalty of Carandia have any sway on your day-to-day decision-making?
I mean, you just said that Taratha prefer that Alraka not meddle in their business. So he's like the czar of Alraka.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it's like I care so much that my city lives in a country where the country could decide one day that my city should be flat. We care what the Tsar is thinking and feeling about Tirata insofar as it is not negative towards Tirata.
Okay.
So long as the Tsar does not give a fuck about the day-to-day operations of Tirata, Tirata is perfectly content with whichever Tsar is sitting on the throne at the time. They have no problem with whoever's there, so long as whoever's there does not fuck with their day-to-day operations. Or suddenly change fundamental laws that restructure everything that Tirata is and does.
Just play it straight. They have to want something. We'll find out what that is, and we'll make it happen.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, get to the contact.
Indeed. I would like to... Is Desh still around?
Mm-hmm. You're still traveling right now. So.
Oh, we're still traveling. Okay, good. So, I'd love to speak to, I believe, one of your gifted wizards here. Is it alright if I ask a few questions?
Well, I think I think Mithari is a priestess. I'm certain she'd be willing to answer questions, but I would not seek much out of the other one.
The one in the black cloak?
Oh, man.
They are inordinately secretive, such is the nature of their order.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I'll go over to the priestess and I'll say, sorry to bother you, but I have a burning question for you. I go and I open the bag of holding.
Oh no.
I bring out the wand of mystery. As correct me for many a time, can you please tell me what this does?
Oh, well. She kind of takes it. Well, wands are normally used as a sort of focus for casting spells.
Indeed, yeah. And I bought it in a most unique location that they could not tell me what it was, except tell me that it was a wand of mystery, and that every time I have used it, people explain that they have a flavor of a pineapple.
Pineapple, apple pin.
Does that make any sense to you? This kind of
Well,
magic.
I am not familiar with mysterious wands, I suppose, not in particular. seems like it would be useful for a chef. I apologize. It is not my area of expertise.
Ah, nice. Well, I appreciate you trying. Yeah, thank you. Goes back in. And I go back on my couch.
I really think you got that before you got the identifiability.
You've also never shown it to me or asked me about it.
Oh, that's right.
I feel like Chris has forgotten about it for like 6 months.
That's true.
Just putting those things out there,
Yeah.
man.
Just put those out there. I do.
Doesn't identify cost?
Many things.
That costs stuff. I know.
Yeah.
I can ritually cast it.
Oh yeah.
But he doesn't know that because he hasn't shown it to us.
He's seen me ritually cast identify before.
It's true. I have seen it. I have seen her try.
All right.
One day.
Not today, though.
Not today.
Not today.
So
One day.
So as you continue to travel, as you get closer, there's a couple of things. One interesting note from the news that he shares with you about just general world news. Some of it's like general happenings, like Targonia not being. They're a bit of an uproar right now as another heir has bit the dust. Which you've heard rumors of before, and just then talk about the general belief is the heirs are killing each other as there's a sort of as the emperor is sick and there's a very heated internal battle. And the prince speculates, he basically is just like, the Pendazras are they're a brutal family. Why do you think the emperor is still not named successor? He wants to see which one wins. Use your own perspective on your own family troubles, yes.
Indeed, yeah.
But this one was the wolf that died. They all have animal names, and the wolf has died. And the speculation is the rooster is the oldest, and he's the one making a way for himself, basically.
They've been cockblocking him the whole time.
Sorry. I would like real quick. I'd like Easy, Stoic, Asura, and Bear to roll history checks.
Okay. That one.
Oh, I hate myself. I rolled so low, but I'm so bad at it.
I have a little history. 'Cause I have intelligence
I
now.
rolled a 16.
Okay.
Oh.
No, nothing.
No.
4.
Hey.
Well,
That one.
Okay. The 16 would just be enough.
Yes.
Interesting, and you don't even think about it until he gets done talking, and you're thinking about it afterwards. But he basically talks about he kind of gets he's just sort of talking out loud a little bit. And he's like, something that is most interesting is speaking to a merchant who specializes in the growth and import and export of honey. And he says it's interesting that the bees are acting very strangely now that the seasons are progressing again, and that for some reason most of the hives, the queens are not staying alive.
oh no.
And that the bees are very disorganized and almost like the bees are fighting each other. It's like something has changed, and I think there's going to be quite a shortage this year.
And this is Targonian bees?
No, it's just bees in general.
Bees in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Affected the entire
And
world.
you can't help but think about a certain queen of bees that you killed.
Did we kill the queen?
Very rare.
Yeah, we
In the
did.
Feywild.
In the
Oh, balls.
The very
Because
We killed the queen.
we were supposed to do something.
Because we
figured out
picked the
later.
flower.
Yeah. What after that?
He picked a flower
Did
for
pick a
me.
And destroyed an entire ecosystem.
I will say, over my journey as Stoic, all of the nice things I've tried to do for you
Yeah.
have caused me great pain.
Wait, hold on.
I've never asked for not to do any
And
of these.
since I've switched up to just kind of being a little bit of a dick, life's been great.
I'd also like to point out that you initiated all of those actions.
True.
What did the animals? Were the animals a good thing to do for Asura? You released the
No,
animals.
I was greedy. That
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to do with Asura.
I'd like to point out that I have not initiated you doing anything.
But she tried to help me. Bad for her. I'm just saying.
Toxic relationship. Yeah,
I'm just
we know
saying.
this.
Yeah. We've long established that the two of them would never be good for each
Yeah,
other.
as long as we just continue to hate each other, things are running smooth.
That was a bad
you at all.
2 days in the Feywild. I don't know how long it was there, but it was a bad.
That was a long, yeah.
Long enough. Long enough to destroy the world,
Yep.
apparently.
Yep.
Well, dang.
You know, dude, none of the fruit harvests. It's more than just honey, man.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
End of the world.
We destroyed the ecosystem.
Because of a
For
flower.
love.
Because of a flower.
Listen, it's my namesake, so it was really sweet at the time.
No, it's absolutely worth.
Yeah. He picked a magical Vapula in the Feywild because it was my namesake, and I had like a little moment about it.
You only destroyed the world.
And the bees, like the bees that were in that area, were like freaking out because they stole food from the bees.
One flower,
So
like a million.
the bees brought them before the queen of bees, who insisted that they pay him back with 100 flowers from a different field.
He's a killer.
Directs them to a garden. When the garden keeper says that's fine, but in exchange you need to help me persuade a nymph nearby that I'm in love with.
That's right.
Yep, yep.
To come relocate her pond into the one he's built for her in the garden.
Yep.
So they go to the nymph, who says, you know, I'd be willing to entertain that, but I want to learn how to swim up the rain and make my home in the clouds, at least partially. And I need knowledge to do that, and I think only the Great Furred One would know how to do that. So she sends him to the Great Furred One, who's a
that's a big
gigantic,
thing.
like house-sized cat.
And we figured it out.
Who says,
we're almost
I can give you
It's
this.
because then he decided
Yeah,
to release the animals.
I
We were all
can give you
done.
this knowledge, but I want to learn how to unlock the flavor of stones to make stone soup. So they have to
remembering
persuade stones to
Oh.
unlock their flavor for
And we
him.
did it.
We did it.
And they did.
Oh, we completed
Did
all,
it.
we completed the whole
Talked
thing.
to stones.
Yeah.
And persuaded the stone, one of the stones, to do it.
I threw a stone. He's like, get me out of here. Like, all right, see you.
He tries it. Everything goes well. He's about to give the knowledge. Then he tries to steal some animals from of his. That was going to be food for the Great Furred One, who turns out to be an archfey.
I wanted to free the puppies.
And
It's just
all
unreal.
of those promises have gone.
No, it was like
No.
magical creatures.
All kinds of weird
Very
magical
Anything that eats
creatures.
puppies, kill it.
No, very cute. They were probably puppies.
They walked in on him eating a zebra.
Yeah.
I
He
know,
had some
was-
other
he was a bad
creatures.
dude. Yeah.
And he had some
Alive.
other creatures kind of in a hold, ready to be eaten.
I tried to.
He's like
and
Jabba
he
the
tried to
Hutt.
free him.
That's
That's what
the
cost
cat
Derek
version.
to sell his soul.
Like Jabba the Hutt.
Yep.
That's what started that whole.
That's what killed the fox. That's what
The-
lost my trident.
The Great Furred One banned him
Yep.
to the Shadowfell with the
That's what lost his shadow.
fairy dragon he was carrying in a cage.
Solidly, yeah.
And that's
That was a
where
cool
he
fairy
made,
dragon, man.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's when he made the deal with the devil to forsake being a cleric and become a warlock of the devil for a while.
So
I'm caught up.
we're fuck up buddies.
Yeah.
He is new to the list because
Yep.
we were completely successful at the end, and we just had to do one more thing. It cost a ship. It cost a soul. But-
backstory.
On their, when they had finished their business in the Feywild, they left, and on their way out, they were flying through the air and got attacked by a dragon made of hundreds of thousands
Yeah.
of bees.
Yep.
And as when they successfully killed it, they killed the queen, which was at the center.
Yep.
Fell dead to the earth far below, the Feywild far below, and they exited the Feywild, leaving the queen dead and all those promises unfulfilled. And
Yeah, so we did.
turns
super,
out there might be consequences to affecting things like that.
we did super well in the Feywild. What we've established.
80
You
plus.
had your fuck up moment too.
Yeah.
Just really early on with the guards. The guards.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
So,
they,
She stole something she shouldn't have.
Yeah, and then immediately got almost beat to death in the streets.
Oh, you mean in Carandia?
Yeah.
yeah, but I saw.
We had our moment was too.
Sure.
One little decision.
Sure, but I just got beat up by some
She
town
faced the consequences.
I've immediately faced the consequences in my
I
head.
did too.
You made consequences upon us and the rest of the
Well,
world.
We're a little
My
higher level.
consequences were my
I
own.
believe those consequences you blamed on Sithris and made, made an enemy of the guy who's been helping you the whole time.
He did
Look,
blame him.
Look,
For like 15
we've
episodes.
been up in the ante
Yep.
the whole time, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
I was like, my fuck
You
up.
haven't done it
My
yet,
fuck up
Bear.
was
Your time is
localized to
coming,
me.
and the price is getting bigger.
So, one other thing of interest that happens, Zenoa.
Dun, dun.
Over the time you guys have been traveling, which would probably be about a week,
Okay.
you know, this point is, you know, about 2 or 3 times during this week, as you sleep, you have variations of a you start having variations of a recurring dream. You find yourself in the dark, in pitch black, unable to see your own hands, but you hear whispers, movements, scratches, muffled voices beyond some invisible barrier that you can't ever get through. The darkness is oppressive. It's closing in, making it hard to breathe. You know you need to do something, or you need to help, or both. You're not sure. You call out to Diamond Cutter. You know he's in danger, but he doesn't respond. You'd left him behind. You call out to Talon. She would know the way, but she doesn't respond. You know you left her behind somewhere. You call out to Valen. He caught you and steadied you when you left the darkness in the Celestarium, but there's no response. And you had left him behind. You feel like you hear your brother's voice on the other side of this barrier in the darkness, but he doesn't respond when you call out to him. You left him behind. You call out to your mother. Something knows about her. Something powerful, and you told them about her. But she doesn't respond. You left her behind. And then your father's voice rings clearly. You're in the dark because you left your calling behind. And then you wake.
Whatever night it is that I guess most recently dreamed this, I'm gonna cast Scrying as soon as I wake up.
Okay.
No, I'll cast it. Trying to figure. I'm gonna cast it middle of the day of the next day after that dream
Okay.
on Ardashir, my brother.
Okay. Okay. And so as you sit down and hold your holy symbol and complete this rather complex spell, and feel yourself drawn out by that cold wind with the smell of snow, like your consciousness being blown across the lands, all in a blur. You're not sure where you're going or how far it is. But then it seems to land and seems to focus. And it's like everything is a blur except for him. And you can see him still handsome and strong, still the way he carries himself seems a little more confident than when you saw him last. And you see him walking, and you can hear a lot of noise around. He seems to be outside. And there seems to be a lot of noise of people and animals and just general commotions of a crowded place. And you see him walking, and he is holding like a scroll of some kind. And you see him stop, and he starts talking to someone, and he eventually unfurls the scroll. And from your perspective, you can't really see what's on the scroll, but you hear him asking, like, have you seen someone who looks like this? And the answer to it immediately is, well, no, I don't think so. Doesn't look familiar. White hair, you say? Think I'd remember something like that. No, but if there's gold in it, if you tell me where to send it, I'll keep an eye out, But no, I ain't saying nothing. And he says, there would be for anyone who has information. I need to find her.
See anything around his body? Only a backdrop.
That zoom filter is on.
Yeah.
You see nothing.
It is... you can roll a perception check, but it's going to be tough.
Do it. I believe in you.
Just need an extra 20. That's all you need.
Do it.
Terrible.
11.
Oh, terrible.
I mean, it sounds... even in the time you left, and the time you were traveling with the caravan for a while, even before you met these guys, there are places like that. It seems like some sort of area where there's a lot of travelers, or it's some sort of city or something. So it could be, honestly, it could be a lot of places. It could be almost anywhere.
Okay, lastly, since I could hear the voice of the person he was talking to, do they have an accent I recognize?
Yeah, it's an accent. You would find it in a couple places. Karandia is one of them. There are places in Lyrandil you would find it. There are. You'd see. Well, that particular accent would probably be more. It's an accent you hear occasionally in different places, so it's possible it could be anywhere, but it's more likely to be... Karandia is probably your best bet.
Okay. Thank you.
But he is, as you're watching, he is very clearly and intently and intensely looking for you. And as you watch for 10 minutes.
I want to see what he's wearing.
He does
If
seem
he's
to...
with anyone.
Yeah, he is wearing pretty well-made armor that seems to be Mandorian of make, but also bearing symbols related to, your family's order. And he does occasionally say things to other people that seem to be with him, so he's not alone.
The
And
voice
they all seem to be on this mission. Yeah, nobody you'd recognize.
I'll drop the spell.
We'd see you scrying, right? It's like a thing you can hide.
So I sit out on the floor and I've got incense burning and my holy water out, just kind of in like a half moon in front of me.
What you doing?
Just checking on my family.
okay?
I think so. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I think I just need to lay low for a while.
Okay. Anything more than what we're doing?
Yeah. I don't know. I think I might want to switch up my look.
Oh, a little makeover.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe they have something like that in the city we're going to. We'll see.
Someone looking for you?
Yeah, my brother.
Oh. And you don't want to be found. Gotcha. Okay.
I'm not really sure where he is, but I don't know. I feel far away, but
I mean, yeah, we're all the way in Rakka. Could he track us here?
he actually has help. So he might. I don't know. He's not much of a magic user himself, but if he has help, I don't know what means he has, so.
Well, I mean, I get that. Need to make a new name for yourself. Yeah, we can, yeah, give you a new personality. We'll figure it out, yeah. Okay. I can't really do much styling myself. I'd give it a shot if you let me, but I don't know if you want me to the one to do that.
Maybe I'll ask the prince. He seems like, you know, I mean, he's like a really pretty person.
He is very pretty.
Yeah.
It's like weird, like in the middle of the desert, like, but it works for him.
Like his skin. I don't know how he maintains that in this heat.
Yeah, I don't. That's really weird. He's got to have somebody, like on this a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm sure it's fine.
Okay. Well, if you ever need anything.
So, as you progress, and if you'd like, I mean, they can help with simple like hair dye or things of that nature if that's what you're looking for. They're not equipped for like long-lasting magical change of any sorts, but simple things like that they could probably help with.
Be just a classic brunette.
Okay.
They can chop it however. You know, like a hair. You know, like
Sim
a
generator, let's go.
kind of like really choppy
Go for a pixie.
bangs and kind of not all the way shaved, but short on the sides. And
Go for like a pixie.
yeah.
Pixie with a
Gotcha.
Okay.
I thought it would have been cute if you did a wolf cut, because that would have been like
Oh yeah.
the the wolf that you're like, haha, I've got a wolf cut now.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
I don't know. That was in my head. I was like, that's funny, and then I thought it out loud, and I was like, that's not nearly as funny as it was inside my head.
Yeah. Kind of like almost like Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, but a little shorter.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So,
It's very different.
so you guys continue to travel with him in this very luxurious, very, very highly spoiling method of travel. and continuing to engage with this man. One day, as you are sitting in the Scorpion's the table set for dinner, and you sit down to eat another very, very, very well prepared meal. This man Hunasa is very modest about his abilities, but and as you sit down and begin eating, you see out the window, was the table's kind of set up in front of the window. You see the scene sort of tilt as the Scorpion kind of turns to start going down what looks like a sort of ramp of sorts, like a kind of making its way down the side of a cliff almost. And as it turns, you can see out in the distance the enormous circular size of Tiratha in the distance. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Sad.
Oh.
It'll grow out.
Yeah,
That's
they'll
like-
grow. They'll grow. We just gotta go. Yeah, kill your brother. That's all.
Just go.
We don't know his intentions.
So I can't envision your character with the Andrew Garfield haircut. When's the last time you seen Harry Potter?
It's not. Recently.
The broom instructor, her haircut.
Oh.
Like that or short?
I feel like it's a little too
No.
wild. Like you got it really short on the
That's a little
sides.
bit more this.
And just
Yeah.
like,
Like it was more of a shaggier top.
It is, but like, I'm glad everybody was like, oh yeah.
What is a
Madam
wolf
Hooch.
cut?
I'll
It's like
find
a-
a
it's like a
picture
modern
and somebody
mullet.
to compare it to.
Okay,
It's
that's
like
fine.
a
Send it to
shaggier,
me.
more like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that was Madam Hooch.
Yeah, it kind of disappeared both in the books and the movies. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Just that one film.
I remember.
Book, yeah.
I remember because I'm like, I love her hair. Like, I was like,
She's doing
that
great
was like the
Battle
first
of
thought.
Harmonies.
Yeah. I thought her hair was fantastic.
Yep.
yeah. All right. Interesting stuff. Interesting direction you went with the prince. So that's interesting.
We made a friend.
Did we?
Yeah, we made a friend.
Yeah.
I mean, that's never going wrong before.
We've not needed an immediate enemy.
Yes.
We made.
We don't have diamonds. We're not making enemies.
Also, I'd like to point out our track record of befriending upper echelon
Officials.
Greenwood went greet.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's fair.
10 out of 10,
Yeah.
no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, we made a friend for now.
Sue will have to kill him.
Yeah.
Because he's
He'll be
a
bad.
necromancer
We'll
taking
have to
over
figure it
Alric.
out. It's a
Have
whole
you seen
thing.
that face? I can't hurt that face.
Honestly,
Just don't watch. Like, I can't do it. Just like blindly swing.
it's like
Listen, you don't
Pedro
have to-
Pascal the Viper. That's what I'm getting.
Oh, maybe like ScarJo, Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scarjo. Here we go.
Scarjo.
Awesome. All right. Well, what is your name?
We're off next week, and then we'll be back. Whatever that the
March
4th, I think.
March 4th, I think.
Yeah. I think it's March 4th.
The 6th, actually.
Or, yeah, it might be
The 5th is a
6th.
Sunday.
That's tough. 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The 3rd. No, not the 3rd. You're right. The 6th. Yep.
So, we will not be streaming next week. So 2 weeks, and we will get to enter the city of Tiratha. Let's see where this goes. I am excited. So, thank you guys. Thank you for watching, and we will see you guys in 2 weeks.
That's right.
Bye.